And the shooting suspect were both killed. 5 on your side's Robert Townsend has the latest.
Long before sunrise,
just surreal that that's your alarm clock.
Startled neighbors in this Alton area first heard the gunfire.
Got 3 kids in the house. What any parent would do when they hear multiple gunshots, you run and find your kids and you make sure that they're safe.
They then saw lots of police officers and sheriff's deputies rush to East 6th and Liberty. Police say a man got into a shootout with officers.
I'm hit.
Alton police officer, 27-year-old Alan Averback, suffered a gunshot wound.
My dog is hit as well. My dog is down.
His beloved canine partner was also shot. Odin died from his injuries.
They kind of like scare old people and then they think that they need them?
You'd be surprised how many people buy these. Let me get this here.
Odin is not just a loss of a service animal, but of a loyal companion and a trusted team member.
That's a shame. No, we're animal lovers.
Officer Averback and Odin had only worked together for a few months.
They are just as brave as the officers who are on the street.
Investigators have not said what prompted the suspect to exchange gunfire with officers. So at this point, investigators have still remained extremely tight-lipped about the shooting that happened in this neighborhood, and they haven't told us much about the man they call a suspect.
There are no suspects, other suspects being sought.
Yeah, you kill the dog. We celebrate the death of a thug.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Have a good weekend.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, I'm here with retirement expert Al Martinez from Annuity.com. Al, experts warn the stock market could fall by 60%. What are you predicting?
Well, I don't have any idea. With global wars, trade wars, currency wars, there's so many things that are so unpredictable right now. Any money in the market feels risky to me. So if you're over 50, you don't want any risky money. You want safe money. You need to market-proof your money and be absolutely certain your money will last as long as you live. If you're not sure how much you'll need to live comfortably to 100, you need to read our book, Safe Money.
For your free copy of Safe Money, call now 800-871-9832. That's 800-871-9832. 800-871-9832.
Hi, this is Vivian Smotherman. I'm running for Colorado Senate District 6 in the November 5th general election. Your vote counts. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote count. That's vote.gov.
At DiscountBath.com, they take discounts seriously. Like this deal for a complete conversion of that old ugly tub into a beautiful walk-in shower for just $9,888. Get rid of that old shower tub combo and get a beautiful walk-in, custom designed for your preferences. Acrylic walls that mimic stone, lifetime warranty, and no maintenance. Call 720-979-2322 or DiscountBath.com.
Have you boosted your business with Lenovo Pro yet? Become a Lenovo Pro member for free today and unlock access to Lenovo's exclusive business store for technology, expert advisors, and essential products and services designed just for you. Visit Lenovo.com/Lenovo Pro to sign up for free. That's Lenovo.com/Lenovo Pro. Lenovo. Unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
Frank Duran, the real estate man with RE/MAX Alliance. He is a certified negotiation expert, and he knows how to aggressively market your home.
With our specialized marketing knowledge, we aggressively implement the most advanced, innovative, and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere.
For all things real estate, do not hesitate to call 303-920-1622. or get tips online at frankduran.therealestateman.com.
Ever wolfed down a Big Mac and thought, I need some extra cash? Then download the Drop app. Get rewarded for dining out and more. Use code DROP22 for $5 in points. Download Drop now.
The Tree Farm's 50-cent tree sale is going on right now. Buy the first tree at regular price and choose a second tree for only 50 cents. These are perfect trees for your yard, farm, ranch, or mountain property. 6-year-old 4 to 5 foot tall evergreen trees now get 2 for only $4.20. Choose from Black Hill Spruce, Montrose Spire White Spruce, and Columnar Norway Spruce. The 50-cent tree sale at the Tree Farm. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
This is Dan Kaplis. Too many in Colorado have no respect for human life. That lack of respect for human life is behind the explosion of reckless driving on our roadways. For the past 40 years, I have stood up for the dignity and value of every human life, including forcing reckless drivers to pay in full for all the harm they cause. Our firm accepts righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please call 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Starting off with some cloud cover, but then we'll see sunshine. Temperatures today in the mid-80s for later on this afternoon. A little breezy, that would getting to around 20 miles per hour. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Worse.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News. I'm Derek Dennis. A new development in the wake of the Larry Nassar sex abuse saga involving USA Gymnastics. A Justice Department watchdog report says the FBI mishandled numerous sex abuse tips even after Nassar was convicted as a child predator.
Horowitz says the agency continued to mishandle similar claims. Of nearly 4,000 child sexual abuse cases opened by the FBI between October of 2021 and February of last year, Horowitz's office found 42 cases in which investigators had to flag the FBI for immediate attention.
ABC's Jim Ryan on the report from DOJ Inspector General Michael Horowitz. The federal government out with new numbers on the nation's gross domestic product, growing last quarter at a healthy 3% annual pace. And 9 people have died, 57 others injured in 18 states from boar's head deli meat linked to a deadly listeria outbreak nationwide. This is ABC News. More IDF operations in the West Bank. Israeli forces say they're hunting for Palestinian militants. At least 12 people have been killed. And in the Gaza Strip, ABC's Jordana Miller says fighting will stop soon in certain areas for some critical medical work.
Israel says it will pause the fighting in specific locations in Gaza so the UN can administer polio vaccines to children. The Prime Minister's office did not provide more details, but the limited pauses in IDF combat expected to begin as early as next week. The UN says over 600,000 children need the polio vaccine. A 10-month-old baby already paralyzed after catching the virus from war-damaged water and sewage systems. Jordana Miller, ABC News, Jerusalem.
Car maker Jaguar telling thousands of owners of the 2019 I-Pace EV to park them outside. A problem has cropped up that could cause a battery fire. The company's working on a fix. I'm Derek Dennis, ABC News.
It started off as a normal day. I felt fine when I arrived at the plant.
Ruth Junius's life was about to change.
Then I dropped my keys. They kept slipping out of my hand. My arm felt numb. A coworker asked me if I was okay, and I couldn't speak. I started to get scared.
Ruth was having a stroke. People around her weren't sure what to do.
They thought I should go home or lie down, but I knew something was very wrong. I wrote 911 on a piece of paper with my other hand, and someone called for me.
Because everyone acted quickly, doctors at the hospital were able to give Ruth treatment that started to reverse the symptoms.
Within a few minutes, I was talking again. I didn't know a thing about stroke before I had one. Now I make sure that my friends and family know all the signs of stroke so they'll get help fast if they need it.
No stroke. Know the signs. Act in time. Call 1-800-352-9424 for more information. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, National Institutes of Health.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Some people in Colorado Springs are making plenty of noise about the noise coming from the new Ford Amphitheater. The city's responding.
Springs Mayor Yemi Moboladi and the CEO of Venue, which operates the theater, say they came away with major agreements to address neighborhood complaints. Venue says it will not do fireworks at the amphitheater, except possibly on July 4th. It will also increase the depth of the existing sound wall on the east side, and it will consider adjusting speakers to decrease sound outside of the amphitheater.
Reporter Kathy Walker. The couple accused of leaving 190 bodies to rot in their Fremont County building could be given another plea deal. This would be from the Justice Department for the federal charges that include wire fraud. Prosecutors already offered John and Carrie Halford 15 to 20 years in prison if they plead guilty to state charges they could accept during arraignment next month. Sports Rockies beat the Marlins 8-2 last night at Coors Field. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Trying to get our drive wrapped up this morning. Those late problems we had. Southbound I-25 north of Thornton Parkway, that crash is gone, and all our backups down through the Northglenn area have lifted out too. Eastbound I-70 approaching Pena, that crash cleared, a little heavy for traffic coming across from Peoria. Got the wreck northbound I-25 at Auraria Parkway cleared. Traffic running heavy up from Colorado Boulevard. There's still this wreck in the cleanup stages. Southbound 225 at Colfax. Watch for those delays as you roll down from I-70. Denver weather for today, mostly sunny skies and aiming for a high of 85. Right now it's 73. With your Impact Traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Lowe's knows saving pros time and money means getting the job done easier. Right now, get 10% off Georgia Pacific vinyl siding panels because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Offer valid through 9/4/24.
Get ready to win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, and $1,000.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now at AXS.com.
Own the moment with the Ray-Ban Meta Smart Glasses. Wear timeless styles with technology that lets you listen to music, capture pictures and videos, live stream, make a hands-free call or text, and even ask Meta AI questions on the go, all while you stay present in the moment.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols, and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
10 seconds here, Tom.
John Caldera in the house with his always unique and humorous take on the presidential race, the special set. Woo-hoo. And how do we save this great state? Join us at 4.
Ready to go. Yeah.
Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK is the number into the station. And then we have our own troubleshooter number. You can call 24/7. And when you call that number, it comes to us. Whether we're in the studio, then you can go on the air, or in our offices or homes, or it's forwarded to us. And we promise to call you back and get you on the next show. So you can always be part of this show, get help, information, and referrals. Speaking of which, I've been doing this for 45 years in Denver, more elsewhere, the longest running radio show with the same host. recovering hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. Now, today, we talk about your problems, questions, and complaints, but each day we have a mini theme. One of the themes today is solar. We have Brooke with us, Brooke White from I'm having a brain fart. Don't tell me. If you tell me, I'd be upset. But anyway, she's with Red Rocks RS, or Red Rocks Roof and Solar. And here's the thing. Here's the thing about solar. People don't really understand it still. And I fault a lot of solar contractors. A lot of them go to your door and they knock on the door. And they sell you a system, you sign a contract, and you never see those people again. They really are just salespeople, just like during a hailstorm, and roofers that come to the door aren't really roofers. They just sell your contract. Or when you're looking to move and you go online and you look for a moving broker, and that's what you get, a broker who sells your contract. Sucks. And really and truly, it's not a good industry. It's not regulated. Not really. Is it, Brooke? Is it regulated? It's not, right? Solar? I mean, anyone could call themselves a solar contractor, right?
In Colorado, solar is very regulated. But
like, very in what way?
Depending on the jurisdiction, you have to have a variety of qualifications, including NABCEP certification, your master electrician license,
is that
your
to
electrical
sell
contractor.
Or to install it or to service it?
So to sell it on the contract, it has to have the master electrician's license and the electrical contractor license for who will be installing it. So they can't just sell you a contract and then sell it to somebody on the open market.
Well, no, but they can sell it to some, but they can be still a third party with a prearrangement.
As long as the EC and the ME license
are noted on the contract.
Yep, that's all that's required.
Okay.
But yeah, to sell it, you're right.
A lot of these installers, a lot of these companies, frankly, a lot of bad ones, have independent contractors going to the door selling for them.
Yes, they can. But outside of the state of Colorado, even installing it, you don't have to have nearly all the qualifications you're talking about.
Well, I'm glad there's some qualifications in Colorado, mostly for the technical part. And then why do we have so many screwed up systems then? Because we do. Every time you're on, people call with screwed up systems. Why?
So if you're installing where there's hardly any regulation, like say Texas, and then you come here to install in Colorado where we've got wind load and snow load, you're not going to know what needs to happen to make it happen. And then they just don't take the time to sit down and...
So there are no inspections like there are with building a garage or putting in a patio?
In Colorado there are. That's why there's so many systems installed but don't pass inspection. And the financing companies don't care if it passes inspection. They just care if the job got installed.
All right, coming up, I'm going to talk about how everyone, almost everyone right now, because of solar, can get a 10% reduction on their electric bills. You may have gotten a mailer. I thought it was kind of scammy, but I looked at it, I asked Brooke about it, and we'll talk about it. This is really important. Everyone can save 10% right now. Right now. I'll even tell you how to do it. Steve's turn. Steve, you're on the Tom Martino Show. What's going on with you, sir?
Hi, Tom. I'm pretty good. Hope you're well, too.
I am. What's happening?
I got on the interstate. I was leaving Lyman, and my car broke down. They towed me to Lyman, and they put in an alternator. And I got all the way to...
Who put the alternator in?
George's garage or something, George and Son.
Okay.
And I got 118 miles out to Idaho Springs, and the alternator went bad again.
Okay, so hold on. So the garage that put it in, they usually warranty their repairs or the parts warranted, but there's a problem if your alternator keeps going out. And I question whether or not the alternator's out, or was it a circuit that's out, or a diode that's out. And so anyway, keep going.
Okay, well, so anyway, nobody around Idaho Springs could get me repaired. I had it towed to Silverthorne to Goodway Auto. They did diagnostics, and they said, yeah, it was the alternator, and they put a new one in, and it's been about 2 weeks now. I got money back from George & Sons
When you said George and Sons, like George Washington?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
And so anyway, George and Sons gave me money back for the alternator because the part was warranted, but I had to pay labor twice, and
Well, normally, let me explain this to you. Normally, warranties only cover parts. Well, some cover parts and labor, but it's really the conditions on which it was warranted. So how much was the labor? Because the labor that you had to pay for, you shouldn't have had to pay for, was at the second place. How much was that labor?
At the second place?
Yeah.
About $1,000.
The labor?
Yes.
For an alternator? Wow.
It's a Toyota Tundra. They say it's worth 6 hours of work by book. It takes at least 4 hours to do it, I guess.
I want to find out from our auto expert, just for the heck of it. That's the first thing I want to do. So what did George and Sons say about paying for the labor?
They didn't say anything about that.
Well, did you ask about it?
I didn't.
Okay, well, why don't you ask them? I mean, I suspect the warranties, terms, and conditions are what most of them are. Parts are covered, not labor.
Right.
However, I mean, I don't know. I mean, in the pure sense of the transaction, in the pure sense of it, there was no way for George and Sons to know it was a defective part. They did the job. Now, on your part, you shouldn't be held responsible either. So then you would say, well, I'm going to go after the manufacturer then because I got a bad alternator. However, I am positive the alternator people have a pre-existing warranty that only covers the part. And it's really up to us. This is an age-old problem. Should labor be covered? It happens all the time where people get pissed off. Man, you should see like roofing guarantees. Imagine the roof being covered, but not the labor. And the manufacturer says, we're happy to pay for the roof, but not the labor.
Right.
This is something that I don't think you're going to win, but unless you were promised it and didn't get it. However, if you want to take a flyer, you can do small claims court against the manufacturer or against George and Sons. But I see George and Sons totally blameless in this.
Well, right. So I'm out about $800 in labor that I feel like I sort of got cheated. And life's not fair, but
I agree with you, by the way. Just so you know, I'm not disagreeing. I'm telling you the state. I'm telling you the state of affairs and how it works. I mean, we can call George and Sons all day long, but they didn't do anything technically wrong. They installed it. Now, if their installation caused the failure, that's something else. What did the guy say, or the mechanic say, who replaced it?
Just that it was a bad alternator. He didn't say anything about workmanship or anything of that nature.
Yeah, you're up in the air. Where are you normally? You were in Lyman, then Idaho Springs. Where are you normally? Like if you wanted to go to small claims court, how far away is Lyman or that county out
there? So I work at a hospital in Hugo, Colorado, which is just down the road from Lyman. That's why I stayed in Lyman. And I also work at a hospital and live in Rifle, Colorado. So, and that's Garfield County.
Okay, so Lincoln County I just looked up Lyman. Lyman is in Lincoln County.
Correct.
You would have to go to Lincoln County online and fill out small claims, have them served, go out there and appear, and you would lose, in my opinion. Where was the alternator sourced?
The one that went bad was sourced from Napa in Lyman.
Oh, okay. Then that's the next place to go. Or you may sue both of them in small claims court. Look, I personally do not think you're going to win. I know it's a pain. I swear to you, you're not the only one. The parts versus labor happens all the time. All the time. I want to ask Brooke, with solar. Thanks for calling, Steve. I'm sorry. I don't know what you can do except take that flyer. Brooke, in solar, let's say panels go bad, something goes bad, converter, whatever they call it, the inverter. If it goes bad, the manufacturers have warranties on all this stuff. What about the solar industry? Is labor covered?
It is, but at a very low amount. So for me to roll a truck out for a end phase problem, they only pay like $25.
Do you charge the consumer?
Yeah, we usually say, hey, this is what we can get from end phase. This is what our normally hourly is. Are you okay making up the difference?
Okay. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
But do they know that going in, parts and labor, and what's covered and what's not?
So I should make that as a little asterisk. For my clients, if there's an issue with it that I did the original install, then we cover that as part of our own warranty.
You're talking about normal service. If you're called to service a system you did not install.
Yeah, yep. But if we installed it, then we cover parts and labor for them for 30 years.
Wow. Okay. That's the story there. That's really good. Now, 303-713-TALK is our number, 713-8255. We got a lot to talk about today. Water Pros is one of them. Now, they're finding nanoplastics even in deodorant. Nanoplastics are everywhere, especially drinking water. The only way to get rid of it, triple filter reverse osmosis. You know, municipal plants can't get rid of bad water. Can't. They can't get rid of all the nanos or all the prescription drugs. If you don't believe it, just ask them. They can't get rid of it. If you have a triple filter reverse osmosis, $1,400 fully installed, it'll do it. Now, you can get a whole house system right now with reverse osmosis for drinking for just $31.95. It's an incredible special. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
The worries that weigh us down can be lifted by a listening ear. The 988 Colorado Mental...
All right, time, you got about 20 seconds, and Mark is on the phone. He's ready when you are.
Got it. I'm going first.
Every call is confidential. Share as much or as little as you like. Call or text 988 or live chat with a trained specialist at 988colorado.com.
One of my earliest members of the referral list and sponsors of this show, Mark Szymanski with GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Not only have I known him for many years, but I've known him to really always be on the lookout for good products. Mark, in the siding business, you know, you had aluminum was all the rage, then vinyl had the warping problems and all that. Then we had some others that shall remain nameless. They're kind of wood composites that when the surface gets scratched or something, it can bring in water and rot. We've had so many promises of lasting siding, and you feel Align siding is probably the best. Genesis. Mark, are you there? So tell us.
Yeah, I'm here.
Tell us why you feel Align is so damn good.
Align is the future of siding. Products like this, you know, the great thing, this is made with glass fibers, has titanium dioxide that helps with the color retention, doesn't fade. It stands up to water. It's completely water resistant. No water will be absorbed in any part of this product. It stands up to hail, and it's just a phenomenal product.
And also, it's color fast as well, isn't that right?
Yeah, it holds its color. You're not going to deal with fading, and the best part, Tom, is the price point. It's an extremely affordable product that looks beautiful on a home, and you can't beat it for the price that you're paying. I mean, if you're ever thinking of replacing any kind of siding in your house, you should definitely price out Align siding with us.
And also,
the best products on the market.
Yeah, and when you do hail damage and like damaged vinyl, you can get them this better siding, and there's really no upcharge, right?
That's correct. If it's vinyl or even masonite siding, the old masonite like you were just talking about, you get a little scratch on that, it just swells up like a sponge. Just absorbs the water. This will not do it, and you're not gonna come out of pocket for any money on this.
Yeah, that's GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Talk about this Forever Siding, Align Siding. It's great. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Hey, you know what? They're also making all kinds of new things in flooring, and SimplyFloorsInc.com. Buddy and Karen Mitchell are at the forefront of the best floor coverings, and they have a wide selection and the best installers in the business. I use Simply Floors at my home, and I'm telling you, and Mark and Suzanne use them, and everyone I know uses them. Simply Floors, INC, SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Tom, I got a question. Have you
savory, cheesy broccoli soup, but you'll also get a bonus protein kit with diced beef, flavorful chicken chunks, and 3 varieties of beans. The emergency food kit provides a whopping 2,500 calories per day to keep you well fed and ready for anything. It's your solemn duty as an American to protect your family without waiting for handouts, and that starts with emergency food that you can depend on. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now to save $300 on your mega 3-month emergency food kit. My Patriot Supply offers free shipping too. Get your mega 3-month emergency food kit now at MyPatriotSupply.com.
Bigger is not always better. With car accidents, I don't want a giant firm where I'm just a number. That's why I use John Fuller as my accident lawyer on my radio show. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I know you don't want to be just a number either. So call John Fuller, and you'll notice the difference right away. John handles each and every case personally. You get his personal cell phone number and attention. Let my accident lawyer be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co for Colorado. Myaccidentlawyer.co. Get free evaluation of your case, and if you choose Fuller Law, you only pay a small fee when you win. John believes each and every client is important, not just the giant cases. He knows you need answers, you need advice, you need action. Don't wait in line. MyAccidentLawyer.co, where you're not just a number. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. MyAccidentLawyer.co.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Starting off with some cloud cover, but then we'll see sunshine. Temperatures today in the mid-80s for later on this afternoon. A little breezy, that was getting to around 20 miles per hour. On Fox 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Worse.
Time with family, laughs with friends, and cash back. Discover's got you covered on the last one. That's because Discover doubles all the cash back you've earned on your credit card at the end of your first year with cash back match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth.
10 seconds, Tom.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. DenverRegen.com. I'm going back there tomorrow for a redo. Not a redo, but they do 2 treatments for the price for hair regeneration. Now, again, I notice new growth. I really do. And I'm going to tell you how it works. And they do hair stem cell therapy for hair. They also do it for pain, of course, and that I know works for absolutely sure. DenverRegen.com. I want to mention something. Kelly, we had a caller on yesterday with real estate. They were both on a deed and needed to get one off or something or both. Do you recall that? And they want to know how you go about it. Remember that? Did you take a note of that? Because I wanted to get Brad O'Brien on today with them.
Yes, and I've left them a message.
Okay, good.
It was Rosa.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so Rosa was on...
I think?
Well, whatever it was, there were 2 people on a deed, and one of them, they wanted to separate, and I said, you can only do that with cooperation of both. You can't force someone off a deed. But if
I'm sorry, it was Rachel.
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 Okay.
Rachel and Richard.
If we can get Rachel and Richard back on and figure out what their question was, but it had something to do with forcing someone off a deed. And I didn't think you could force someone off a deed. And then I have another question for him that came in elsewhere about a cosigner on a loan. So when we get him on, I can probably ask him about both of those. Or I can ask maybe even Brent Ivinson at Ideal Home Loans about the loan one, because we have two different questions. One is more loan-oriented, one is more deed-oriented. So either one, when Brad comes on, I can ask him. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Any calls, problems, questions, or complaints. Speaking of real estate, I did post a new social post on LinkedIn. I always go to LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Now, TikTok's a flyer. I mean, that's not my audience, but I just post it there anyway. And it's about not the new, but the recent years we hear about Title Lock, Life Lock, Home Lock, blah, blah, lock. And what they say is, this is a valuable service because locks happen, title theft, theft of title, theft of homes happen all the time. It doesn't. You don't need the service. If you look at the social post, it'll outline why you don't need the service. But I can also tell you as well, you don't need the service. Now, have people seen the video circulating in social media with Venezuelan street gangs? Now, I hesitate personally to say Venezuelan street gangs, except that's what they are. And I personally have helped Venezuelan families that are wonderful people, hardworking people. They're working their asses off. They're great people, okay? I've helped them. Now, having said that, there are some, of course, that aren't wonderful, right? Just like with everyone. So that's why I hate saying it, because I hate saying, they're emptying their insane asylums, their prisons, and their, whatever. And that's all that's coming in. I just hate looking askance at all of them. However, let's just get to it. This video, have you seen anyone drag? Did you see it? It's a video of this street gang going through the hallways and knocking on doors, collecting rent with guns.
Are they kicking people out too?
Yeah, and evicting people with guns. Now, here's what's funny. In Colorado, they don't want you to have a gun, but these guys have guns freely. So I guess guns are all right for illegal immigrants. And no one is helping this property owner. No one. The story is circulating. It's been verified. Police have not been in there. No one. Border Patrol or whatever. ICE is not in there. No one is in there. These people have taken over an apartment house.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
We had Danielle Jurinsky on Dan Kaplis yesterday.
And Danielle is the owner, or what is Danielle?
No, Danielle Jurinsky is on the Aurora City Council.
Okay, I didn't know that. So what did she say?
She's the one that actually circulated the video.
Oh, that's right. I think I heard it now. She was very upset.
Correct. And we had her on yesterday, and this is a true story. It's very sad. But the landlords of the apartment have been so scared for their own lives that they've just kind of taken off. They don't even go there anymore.
My God. So
Yes.
basically, all you have to do is arm yourself and take over a property. Now that's a step up from squatters.
It's a
Hey,
very
Tom,
interesting.
but don't
It's a
forget,
very
criminals-
interesting situation. Hold on, Doc.
Oh.
It's a very interesting situation. But we are trying to get Mayor Mike Kaufman
Yeah.
on to address the situation because he's very well aware of it and he's on top of it. So we'll see where that goes from there.
And Aurora never declared themselves a sanctuary city, did they?
Never.
So what's going to
Say, Tom,
happen? Yes, Doc.
Criminals have never had difficulty getting guns. It's only responsible people who go through the whole waiting period.
Yeah, of course.
And background check.
We all know that. Yeah.
Right. So to say they have guns is sort of just.
I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand this soft on crime, let anything go attitude that we've had since Biden's been in office. Let's just call it like it is, okay? I don't care what you say. That no, this is not a political show. I'm not telling you to vote for Trump. I'm not telling you. All I'm saying is this open border thing and this crime is okay thing because to enforce crime is racist is just absolute bull crap. It's absolute. Crime is crime. Is crime is crime. That's what it is. It's crime. And it's not right. Just like shoplifting is not right. Just like none of that. And God Almighty, why did we get the impression that I mean, that in itself is racist. To say enforcing the law is racist because what we're saying is only minority people or people of color break the law. You know, this is amazing. This is amazing. So, no, they're taking over private property with guns. So, anyway, what's going on? Whose fault is this? Tell me, whose fault is this? I can't wait for law and order. That's all. Not meanness, not disgusting meanness, not racism, just good old-fashioned law and order because you can't take over somebody's property. Can you imagine owning a property and having a street gang take it over? Now, I used to own some property downtown that was vacated. We were going to knock down, well, we did. We were knocking down the buildings and getting it ready to sell as a project. Right? This is a long story. Anyway, I had it fenced off and blocked off as much as possible. And back then, it was popular to block off your property and keep it from being inhabited because it was considered dangerous. The city was on my ass. They would say, you're not doing enough to keep your property blockaded. We'd have fences and barbed wire and boarded up homes, and people who needed a place to stay, I hesitate to call them homeless because I guess that's not right anymore, but they were homeless or they were vagrants, mostly drug addicts and drunks, would break in and stay there. So, of course, Westward, who hates my guts they've been trying to get rid of me for 45 years, Westward did an article about me being a slumlord. And they had the nerve to do an article about me not keeping people out of there and at the same time having such deplorable conditions for these people. Honest to God, look it up. And then city council, this one city councilwoman was on my ass because I wasn't doing enough. I said, well, what do you have to do? At what point is it a law enforcement problem? So I'm wondering, is this apartment building being blamed? I wouldn't put it past law enforcement or government to do that. I was being blamed. I could not, I swear to God, you couldn't board up a property more. You could not fence off a property more than I did. Yet people were getting inside. This is different. These are people going into a residential apartment house and literally taking it over. I wonder if they're going to be blamed. You should have your own armed guards. Don't depend on law enforcement. Glenn's got a comment. Go ahead, Glenn. Then I'll take a quick break. Glenn, what's your comment?
Hey, in the last couple of weeks, they had these guys bum rush one of the gun stores, I think in Aurora, and, they took off with like 13 or 15 guns that time, and I think they may have done that at another sporting goods store somewhere else, too. So, yeah, they really don't have to care about waiting lists or
no, they don't. No, they don't. That's right. I got a bunch of texts
about yourself and be a law-abiding citizen. You got to go through a waiting period, and you got to get your name on a list. And yeah, it's great. You got to love it.
You know what? I mean, I don't understand the open border thing. I, honest to God, don't understand it. Now, I love immigrants who want to come here for a new life. It just has to be done in a systematic, orderly way. I mean, you can't just dump people, and this is what you get because you don't know what you're getting. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
We're finally seeing some relief out across our highways this morning. They got the wreck cleared southbound 225 at Colfax. We're now wide open coming down from I-70. In fact, that drive, both directions looking good. End to end across Aurora. There's still some slowing southbound I-25, I-70 to Spear. Both directions 270. Pretty busy as you make your way across Commerce City. And construction slowing southbound E-470 south of 96. Jammed up pretty good with that right lane closed. Still have a left lane block northbound I-25 up near Berth. It rolled over semi-crash working for about 5 hours now. Denver weather for today, plenty of sunshine, high of 85. It's 74 now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Every business faces challenges, but shipping shouldn't be one of them. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
You know, sometimes people are taken by surprise. They might have an argument with someone. They might be involved in a road rage incident where someone accuses them of assault. Yeah, yelling can be considered assault. Not battery, but assault. In fact, an argument with a neighbor. You might drink too much after work. I don't want to lighten that up. You should never drink and drive. Just use a designated driver. But here's the message. Don't ever get in trouble and then look for an attorney. You should know attorneys. Really, you should. Okay, I'm not saying you're going to use them or plan on using them, but no attorneys. I've done the shopping for you. Joseph A. Lazara. Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney advertising with me for 30 years. Flat rate pricing after free consultations, okay? So call him, 303-429-6200, 429-6200. Joe Lazara, L-A-Z-Z-A-R-A, also at referralist.com. All right, man. What am I going to ask?
What
am I going to ask? How much?
What are you going to ask? How much time?
Yeah.
4.
I'm going to go get, okay, thanks. Do you want anything? You want anything? All right. I drink too much coffee.
understand why the ibuprofen is not working right now. I really don't. Do I have arthritis? Could be. How does one know?
Land, space. So it depends on how many times. So if I pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax,
Ten seconds, guys.
So what you're saying is,
You have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, I want to talk to Frank, who's calling in. I also have Brooke with us from Red Rocks RS. Now, remember, I'm going to talk about a couple things today. I'm going to talk about how you can get a 10% reduction in your electric bill, no matter who you are, without installing a solar system. I mean, solar's wonderful. You'll save way more than that. But without installing one, you can get a 10%. No gadgets, nothing to do except listen to me and sign up. That's right, 10% off. Then we have another thing I want to talk about, the REAP grant, which is for commercial or residential, commercial or agricultural in the rural areas. REAP grants. Okay, Frank, what's happening with you?
Hi, Tom. How are you?
Good. Now, Frank, start your story over because we didn't do it yesterday. Go ahead.
Well, basically, I'm a contractor, and I did some work for a veteran.
Yeah.
He had a home that the siding was really bad, so it was uninsurable. So he had to get it replaced. He couldn't paint it or whatever. It had to be replaced. So we ended up replacing it. Well, let me back up. I did some work a year or maybe 2 years before that, and I had no problem with him. He did the roof, and he paid no problem.
Okay, so what did you do? You did a siding job, right, for him? Is that the most recent one?
Yeah, we did the whole house and the whole garage.
What kind of siding?
LP Smart Side.
Mm-hmm.
So we tore out the old one, put the new one on.
Okay, so what's the problem?
So he has a mortgage on there, and he's trying to refinance to pay me through the VA. It's called New Day Mortgage or something like that.
That's probably just a broker. So the homeowner is trying to refi.
Yeah.
Now, did you know this going in, that he didn't have the money?
Yes, because the New Day called me and said, okay, send us your invoice for the estimate. And I did, and then they came back and said, okay, yeah, he qualifies for all this. No problem. Go ahead and do the work, and once you're done, we got money in escrow ready for you.
And it's called New Day?
Yeah, New Day.
Was New Day the one that held his first when you started the job?
No, the first, I don't know who holds the mortgage. I don't know.
So he's trying to refi his home with a place called New Day, and New Day. What's that?
For veterans.
And New Day now is giving, okay, he was supposedly pre-approved?
Yeah, he was pre-approved with his credit score and
then
the
what
equity that
happened?
he has on the
Why,
home.
so now
happened-
what? I imagine something went wrong with the loan. What's going on?
Yeah, what happened with the loan is he has his son on there. He has his son as
Oh, this is the one. Wait a minute. This is the one we were talking about, that he's got to get his son off the deed.
right, because I guess they had a falling out big time, so the son has no.
And unless the son signs, they can't get the loan.
Right.
Now, will this man... Okay, hold on now. So he got approved without his son's income and all that.
Yeah, because New Day probably didn't know that. I don't know how that works, or I don't know if they did their homework or
Is
whatever.
his son on the current loan?
No, it's just he put it on there, I guess, because he's an older man.
He put him on the deed only, not on the...
Yeah.
Okay.
On the mortgage, yeah.
How long has the son been on the loan? I mean, the house.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
But anyway, I called a mortgage attorney or some...
We're going to get a real estate attorney. Kachina, you realize this is the one we wanted for Brad O'Brien, right?
I'm still trying to reach him.
Okay. Now, here is the deal. He added him. How did he add him to the house?
I don't know that either.
Well,
I just
okay,
know
we need,
when you look
Frank,
up the
we need
county-
information to help you, okay? So can we talk to this veteran, this guy?
I guess, yeah.
I mean, does he know that you're calling me for help?
Well, this is almost a year coming up that we finished the job. And he got into a little bit of depression and quit paying some of his bills. So the problem now, he doesn't even qualify because he didn't pay some of his credit card bills.
Frank, how much are you out on this job?
Over 25,000.
Okay. And you didn't put a lien on the house, did you?
No, I haven't, because if I do that,
Well, it's
then
too
he won't
late.
be
It's
able
too
to-
late. It's too late, bro. Too late.
Yeah.
Now, I have a few questions for you. He stopped paying. He got into a depression, stopped paying his bills. Is he being foreclosed on?
No, he's paying his house. It's just some of his credit cards are. He's told me.
Take a break when you can, buddy.
Frank, hold on. I got it. Hold on, Frank. I do have some suggestions. It's not going to be an easy road, bro. Hold on. I'm Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Saucy Nugs, a whole new way to nug.
We're finally seeing some relief out across our highways this morning. They got the wreck cleared southbound 225 at Colfax. We're now wide open coming down from I-70. In fact, that drive, both directions looking good. End to end across Aurora. There's still some slowing southbound I-25, I-70 to Spear. Both directions 270. Pretty busy as you make your way across Commerce City, and construction slowing southbound E470 south of 96. Jammed up pretty good with that right lane closed. Still have a left lane blocked northbound I-25 up near Berthoud. Rolled over semi-crash working for about 5 hours now. Denver weather for today. Plenty of sunshine. High of 85. It's 74 now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
The best nugs are now even better. Wendy's new Saucy Nugs take the nugs you love and sauce them up in bold flavors, including buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, and spicy ghost pepper. Try them all today. For a whole new way to nug, it's gotta be Wendy's, at participating U.S. Wendy's.
SheridanAutotech.com. Sheridan is an auto repair shop that I recommend to everyone for automobile maintenance and repairs, including electrical issues. They do it all. They do pre-buy inspections for just $120. They're great people. Never will they recommend something you don't need or do anything dishonest. And they have value and knowledge. They're on Colfax west of Wadsworth, 303-455-7242, 455-7242. The Art of Granite. That's someone I recommend for countertops. Not just granite, but any material, natural stone or man-made materials, and they give you prices on the phone. In fact, they have All materials at wholesale, the countertop materials, when you work with them, they tear out and haul away free. And listen to this. If you can find a piece big enough in their remnant pile, you get it free. That's right. You get the materials free. Why don't you call them for a price on the phone right now? theartofgranite.com. Ask about the remnants. 303-386-5919. 386-5919.
Four minutes, Tom.
Thank you, man. Thank you. This is so sad. It's this guy that's losing, can't get paid. So he, yeah, his son was on title and refused to get on.
Hi, Brad. It's Kelly. How are you? Thanks so much for giving us your time. So we have a caller on the line that has an issue. He's a contractor. He's trying to get paid from a customer, and there's a lot of other stuff going on. I have to tell you, I wasn't really paying attention to the call.
This is a shit show.
But he'll tell you. Okay, hang on. I was trying to get you. Do not judge me, dragon.
There's always judgment. Always.
What?
We are judging Kelly.
Of course we are.
It is working in pain right now.
Yeah, but you're complaining real good about it.
Oh, you know what? Kiss my ass.
I don't think my wife would like that very much.
You know, I'm a senior, you know, because I'm going to be 71 in a few days. So anyway, I have a primary care doc, and everyone you're required to with Medicare and all. They milk the shit out of this stuff. They make you come in for wellness checks and stuff when really, I don't mind it. They make you get a prescription for anything. They make you come in every now and then and talk to them. And you can tell they're just milking it because there's nothing. But once you're on Medicare, you get a lot of attention. It's all bullshit.
10 seconds.
Right in your pocket. Open the free iHeart app, search NFL, and start listening now.
630 KHOW,
an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So what's going on with you? What can we do to help you? Man, I'll tell you, We have a lot of great topics that come up on the show. Brad O'Brien is with me, olslaw.com. I want to get right to him real quick. He may not be able to answer in this amount of time, so we'll call him back. But Brad, listen, real quick, just the first question that comes up. If, let's say, you quit claimed or you got your son on the title with you, and you have a falling out with your son, how do you get him off if he refuses to get off the title? Is there a way to do that?
Get him to sign a deed back to you?
Yeah, I mean, and if without his cooperation, is there any kind of legal step I can take saying, look, I did it, he didn't pay any consideration, I want to take it back?
Well, to undo it, to reform the deed, that basically cancel the deed that you gave the property to him, you have to maybe show some fraud in when you did that in the first place.
But if there wasn't fraud, if you willingly did it, and now you changed your mind, that's just tough luck.
Yeah, you can't just undo it without the other person signing a deed back to you.
Holy crap. So if he sells this, can this guy come in and demand part of the money?
Of course. They're part owner. And by default, 50-50 ownership presumption.
Brad O'Brien, olslaw.com for real estate issues, 720-370-7388. More coming up. Keep Frank, though. I have some ideas for him on the other thing.
Okay.
I think we can have his son killed, maybe. I'm just kidding, for God's sake, you people.
A little bit. We have some other ideas for you, so if you could hang on, that'd be great.
You people better know I'm fooling. I said because you have to show that you did ongoing care. So I'm going. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't mind being taken care of, but I am so anal about my health. Oh my God, no. Oh yeah. Fuck yes, I'm not talking about hypochondriac anal. I mean, working out, supplements, diet, all of that shit. I mean, who do you know in the world? I'm going to show you something really anal. I love it. I just show it to you because it's fun. Let me show you something. By the way. Oh, hey, I don't celebrate anymore. What's there to celebrate, man? Come on. Get out of here. Jesus. I'm an old man. I mean, I just, honest to God, I'm serious when I tell you this. I can't believe I'm 71. Just can't believe it. I can't. Because, I'm not saying I don't want to be. It's just like, what? When did that happen? And it's like, because when you're like your age and stuff, old age is truly a rumor. It's like, it's a rumor. It's not real. So I keep this, look, just to show you. This is how I know I am. Look at this. These are my daily supplements and meds and what they're for. That's just that, right? And then over here on this other one I have, it's really, like I'm telling you, nobody does what I do. If you go over, I'm going to show you something that I have, like, so you know how you fill out medical things, you're so freaking tired of answering the same fucking, so I just have stuff all ready to go. Look, I'm going to show you how crazy I am. In this thing here, like, okay, right here, I have every medical procedure. You know how you have to, what have you had done in your life? So I have the dates of everything. I mean, come on. You know, and what was done. Because I got tired of answering the same questions over and over and over. Have you ever been hospitalized? Have you ever had surgery? Have you ever had this? Have you ever? So I just made a little chart. I mean, that's how crazy. Oh, and this, all my blood work every single year. So this year alone, well, no, I only had one this year. But last year, look how much blood work every 3 months. Or every 4 months. Yeah. So I really just do all kinds of shit nobody does. Yeah. That's why going to the doctor for me is like, I usually have to tell them what's right. I know what it is. It's a telomere treatment. It's supposed to keep your telomeres from shortening. Basically, it's supposed to.
Oh my God.
There are the way, that the tandem tax things that you can do through other supplementations. And
Hey, Bo's here.
And the telomeres are they're part of a problem. They're not the whole problem. It's not bad. It's not. You know what? I was an early report. I looked into that so many years ago. I'm surprised they're still around. I knew some of the original people invested in that, and I had an opportunity. I did not invest in it, but I had an opportunity to. Tandem. Yep, exactly.
That doesn't take long, does it?
They used to talk about telomeres. Do they still? I wonder. Or did he ever mention that? It's definitely about anti-aging. How old is he? Does he exercise? Come on, and don't. So he's got to do at least that. It's okay. Oh, every day? Okay. So he walks. Does he walk or does he take the cart? They had it right. I don't know if it's the same, but they did some really good research. But I didn't know they were still Crotanum at the time. That was the brand, so it's still in business.
What?
It looks like they're still around.
No.
So these guys on YouTube are listening. Some of these people keep spreadsheets too.
10 seconds, Tom.
Okay.
Martino gives great advice.
Ryan Schuling.
Ryan has strong opinions, and I like that.
Dan Kaplis.
And Kaplis, he keeps fighting the good fight.
On Denver's talk station.
The station I keep it on.
630 KHOW.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, what if you get a knock on the door and there's some gang members saying you got to pay us rent from now on or we're evicting you? Really? What would you do? Now, I know you think, well, that's never going to happen where I am. Well, most likely that's true. judging by my audience, but okay, not everyone is fortunate. So what happens? What would you do? If you say no, they got a gun there, an automatic weapon. Some of them look like AR-15s. I mean, these people are walking around threatening people. And you know what? That's just fine. Our government sucks. Our state government surely sucks. We invite these people. And I say these people. I'm not talking about the good immigrants who want a better life. But we have to discriminate. Did I just say that? Yeah, we have to discriminate based on behavior and criminal activity. We have to have laws against crimes and against all of that. We are a nation of laws and we're a nation of humanity. Both. You can have both. You see, where I disagree with people in politics is when they're all one or the other. You can have sensible social programs to help people to help themselves. You can have equal opportunity, but you should not have equal outcomes. You can't. Sorry. Move on. We can educate you or help you or get you a job, but we can't make you perform. No one should try. If you listen to Kamala Harris, she's all about equity, not just equality. She believes equality doesn't go far enough. We must have equity. Equity is equal outcome. Well, how's that going to work? How exactly does that work? You both do different jobs and get paid the same? How does equity work? Now look, there has to be a chance for everyone to be able to get ahead. But you can't make people perform. Now, those unfortunate who can't perform, they should be helped, of course. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank called in. We got a terrible situation here, Frank. This man made a dreadful mistake that a lot of kids make, and they put their they put their kids on the deed or the title. They put them on there, and the way they do that is with a quitclaim deed or some other way. They feel like, oh, I'm going to die soon, or as I get older, I want my kids to have the house. The worst thing you can do is do it during life. You do it after death. You do it with a beneficiary's deed or a will or even a trust. Because first of all, when you do a quitclaim deed, if you wanted to leave your house to a kid, let me give you an example of what happens. Let's say you're one of these old codgers who paid $175,000 for your home, and it's now worth $800,000. Think about this now, okay? So you have a lot of equity in that house. If you sold it, you'd pay capital gains tax. So let's say $875, and you paid I don't know. Let's just take some numbers. And you paid $185. Let's just do that. So you have $690,000 in equity. That $690, you'll pay capital gains tax on everything above $250 as an individual or $500 as a couple. So when that's what you pay. That's going to be a lot of tax. You don't get out of that. You get an exclusion, but you pay tax on the rest. So let's say you are getting older. You're 70, 75, 80. So you put your kids on the deed. As soon as you do that, they inherit your basis of $185,000. That becomes their basis. What does that mean? That means if you die, or when you die, and they sell that house, they will have to calculate a basis of $690,000 or more as the house goes up in value. They will be strapped with a ton of taxes because they're not going to get the exclusion either. because it's not their primary residence. So they're going to end up paying almost half of that. Well, not necessarily because it's capital gains, but they're going to pay a lot. So what happens? You screwed them. But what's even worse, if you change your mind, you can't get them off the deed. The better way to do it is a beneficiary's deed or in a will, which you can change. So if you have a falling out, you can get them off it. But here's how that works. With a beneficiary's deed or a will, upon your death, they don't inherit your $185,000 basis. Their basis now goes to whatever the house was worth at death. So now let's say it was $875, as we talked about. So if they want to sell it, presumably they'll sell it for $875 or a little less or a little more. There will be no tax. So when you put them on a quitclaim deed, you are screwing yourself. You are screwing them. And you are paying needless taxes. That's what you're doing. So don't do it. But now once you do it, how do you get them off it? You heard Brad O'Brien, our real estate attorney, say you can't get them off the deed once you put them on. Unless they defrauded you somehow, and you can prove it, they defrauded you into putting them on the deed. That's too much. So Frank, this guy's screwed. Not only that, he no longer qualifies for a loan. So you're not going to like the solution I have. However, it could be pretty clever. You ready for it? Frank did work on this a year ago. And Frank not only did work on the house, but he didn't get paid. The guy had to refi to get him paid. And what happened was he couldn't refi because the son was on the deed. The son refused to cooperate, and the son won't get off the deed. So Frank, you're owed $25,000, is that right?
25 and change.
Here's what I think. I think you didn't finish that job. I think you still have to go and do some more work on it to finish that original job. And I'm going to tell you why. And I'm only telling you if this was me. Okay? If this was me. I'm not telling you to do it. I would go back and finish trimming that siding job. And I would finish it up. Then I would submit an invoice for the whole job. Do you know why I'm telling you that?
To do the mechanics clean?
Because you only have 4 months from the time you leave the job to do the mechanics lien. You have to give notice, then file a lien. But you didn't leave that job last year. You still have to go back and finish it. When you file a lien, you can even do it with the cooperation of this guy. If you want to be a good guy. I'm serious now. I'm not kidding. So what you do is file a lien, and then I would go and foreclose on that lien. With this guy's cooperation, with a wink, wink, if you're going to be a good guy. This is how I would do it. Then what I would do is start a foreclosure action, and I would sue the other guy too, the son. Then I would offer to take the son off the lawsuit if he signs over his share to his dad, and you'll only go after the dad.
Okay, I didn't know you could do that.
Well, of course you can. You can settle and discuss anything. Now, if the son's sophisticated, he'll think, wait a minute, I don't have much risk here because if he sells the house, he's going to easily get paid his 25 or 26 grand. There'll be money.
He has a lot of equity on the house.
Yeah. If the son knows that, but if you sue him personally for that work, if he's on the deed, you can sue him. Even though you can't put a lien on it technically until it's done, until within 4 months. You can still sue him. Whether or not that lien is found valid or not, you can still sue for payment. You haven't been paid. But I would sue both of them personally. Once you start, and you can go to a good collection attorney to do this, and once you start this lawsuit, I would do both the lien and the lawsuit. Because even if the son or somebody says, that's bogus, you didn't really do the job, you did it a year ago, I don't think anybody will do that. But if they figure out what you're trying to do and try to get the lien removed, it doesn't matter. You can still sue on the invoice. And when you sue that son, what do you think he'll do? He's going to be personally liable for it. And you don't even, here's the problem. The son can't say to you, Frank, you need to foreclose on this house. He can't. Because the dad might say, no, I'm not paying and I don't want to pay. So you're going to put pressure on this son. So if this a-hole thinks, well, I got a house, he can be held personally liable, for the bill. And not only that, and you don't even have to do the lien, Frank. You could just go and sue both of them right now for the $25,000. I think it's called quantum meruit, meaning they got value and did not pay. And you can argue he got value because he's on the house. So now he's got value. He didn't pay. Here's what's great about suing. You don't have to foreclose. They can't make you foreclose. Years ago, when real estate was crashing and I owed money, I would say, foreclose. The guy would say, no, I'm coming after you personally. I have better chance of collecting from you personally than foreclosing. No one can make you foreclose on that building or on that house. So you can, and here's the other thing. If both the father and the son owe the money, you don't even have to go after both of them. You can go after either one of them or both of them. So, but you can use it as leverage against this guy. But Frank, I have a feeling you're not going to do it because I hear kind of like hesitation, but you're making a fatal mistake by not doing it. And I don't mean physically fatal.
No, I mean, I paid money out of my pocket. I bought the siding. I paid everybody. I paid taxes. So,
okay, Frank, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to a good collection attorney, and I want you to sue both of those people. And then if that guy gets off the loan, gets off the deed, then you have an interesting situation. What you'll have, listen carefully, is the homeowner who owes you money. And that homeowner, however, has a good first. And then that homeowner, with cooperation, will allow you to put a second on the house. And if you put a second on that house, you're at least secured. You won't get paid instantly, but you'll at least be secured. Then you can worry about collecting on that second. But do one step at a time. First, get rid of the deadbeat son. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255, 888heating.com for trusted service on your AC or furnace or plumbing or electric. They've expanded and you can trust them. That's 888heating.com. People that I know and trust, and you can too.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again, and now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
Simply Floors, Inc. That's INC. Simply Floors, Inc. is a floor covering outfit owned by Buddy and Karen Mitchell. 3 locations for showrooms. You can go online and find out where. Simply Floors, Inc., INC, simplyfloorsinc.com. Or you can make an appointment for them to come to your house, or a combination of both. Whether you want hardwoods, laminates, veneers, maybe you want luxury vinyl planking or carpeting, they can do it all. The best installers in the business. The only people I'll use, and you will love the way they do business, that's simplyfloorsinc.com. Now, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought I had another one.
Oh, just that one.
Sorry. Yeah.
had root beer in the refrigerator.
I know who that is.
That's for Doc Manfred.
So,
Oh, you did?
when I used to get in partnerships, LLCs, with people, I learned a
I
lesson
know
the hard
Doc
way.
like his diet drinks.
And that was, we had a property had equity.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring in some more of
I had
those.
partners.
I love those cherry Dr. Pepper.
I thought, okay, can't lose on this one.
It's my
you know.
favorite drink.
Except when the bank wanted money and the partner stopped paying and everything, and I thought, fuck, I'm foreclosing the property. You know, I mean, I'm not paying for them. I'll pay my share. And that's not the bank's problem, but I said to the bank, just foreclose, you know. You can foreclose and get paid easily. But they didn't want to go through the hassle. So they said, no, we're coming after you. And I said, well, why don't you come after everyone? They said, we don't have to. They don't have to. They can pick anyone they want to come after because you're all on the hook. So when you're in a partnership with people weaker than you, you bear more risk than they do. So therefore, it's not fair. So whenever I get involved in a business deal, if I'm not equally yoked with people of the same caliber of income and equity and ownership and net worth, I have to have more ownership or I'm not doing it because I have more risk. Even if they say, oh, well, we're 50-50 partners. Well, no, we're not. We're only 50-50 on paper. But as far as the bank's concerned, they're not going to go after you. And so that is the biggest flaw people make in life. It's getting unequally yoked with people.
This should help.
Why? No, I know what you mean. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's all right if nothing ever goes wrong. But they're getting rich on your coattails. Whenever anyone says to me, no, I've had that happen in the past where people say, hey man, we're both partners. You know, we're both partners, so we both make the same amount of money. I said, really? Okay, so what happens if something goes south? Do you have your half? Being partners on paper doesn't mean you're partners.
Can I kill something?
Sure.
Like a bug? 'Cause that's the only thing I would have the...
What? No? Okay. What? What'd I do? What?
You are just the outlet of my angst.
I get the death stare. When I say something nice, I get the I'm gonna kill you look.
That was not, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, I get
pretty damn
tired
close.
of
That was,
looking
I'm
at
going to hit you.
Gut field all damn day.
I'm going to kill you?
You gonna watch
Much
the
different.
Big debate on the interview tonight, Doc?
What was that?
You gonna watch the big interview tonight?
No, I'm going up the mountain.
Please take me off Vox. Am I on Vox?
Always.
It's interesting, Camilla.
Well, you know,
Talk to
it's
Tom.
not going to be live. It's edited.
What is?
Yeah.
Oh, just wait for it when you go, Tom!
Did he do it?
They probably did. I heard that it's
And I mean, he can't hear you because you had me take you off Vox, and you're gonna be like, but I need to talk to Tom!
makes a huge.
They wouldn't do that to
I guess I told Frank all I could.
Then why they have
Pretty
the
much,
vice
I think so, yeah.
president
Yeah, I don't need to go back to Frank. He's just screwed, blued, and tattooed.
Sidekicks. Do you know why? Because I think some of the questions are going to have to be reflected. Sorry, I had to go get a nice wall.
You better be sorry. 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's
Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station.
Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Interesting discussions always with my YouTube morons. You'd be smarter if you got online and watched as well, or streamed as well as listened. Hey, David, what's your question? What's going on, bro? What's happening?
Okay, so I have a sister who filed a civil lawsuit to force the sale of some property that several of us brothers and sisters own.
Okay, so your sister is the only one out of how many?
There's 6 of us.
Okay.
So she's 1 out of 6.
Okay, got it.
Okay, and so she hired a lawyer, and then later on during the process, she stopped using him. I don't know why. She just doesn't have a lawyer anymore. So she's a defendant, but now she's using my sister, who's she's the not the defendant. She's the
plaintiff. Your sister is the plaintiff, and she's suing her 5 siblings to sell a property you all inherited.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So she dropped her lawyer, or he quit. I'm not sure what happened.
Okay.
But now she's using one of the defendants as a proxy to settle the lawsuit.
Now, I don't understand. Hold on. When you say she's using one of the defendants, so one of her siblings, she's using as a mouthpiece?
As the proxy.
Well, no, I don't know. Wait. What do you mean proxy? There is no proxy in a lawsuit. So there are attorneys, and so what do you mean proxy?
Apparently, she signed a letter giving my other sister, who's a defendant, the right to speak on her behalf.
Okay, well then now I see what you're saying. A spokesperson. Okay, well there's a clear conflict of interest here, but a conflict of interest is something to bring up before a judge, because people think conflicts of interest are against the law. They're not.
Right.
Technically, an attorney, could be in trouble for representing parties that are closely aligned, but they're against each other. But that's up to you to bring up to the judge. So what is happening? Wouldn't this sibling, isn't that better that she got one of you to try to settle the case, or do you think they made a side deal?
Normally, I would think it would be a good deal, but in this particular situation, I do not think it's a good deal.
Well, what do you mean? Do you think she said to her sister or brother, hey, help me settle this and you get a little more?
Yes.
Okay. How is the other sibling a sister or brother?
It's a sister.
Okay. So how is using this sister going to be bad?
Because both of them had rented the property for 10 years and never accounted for the rental proceeds or shared the rental proceeds. And now
what does that have to do with anything?
Well, I ended up buying the house because of the civil lawsuit. Hold
on. So wait. You ended up buying it from the estate.
Yes. Well, the estate was resolved, or what's the word I'm looking for?
No, I get it. It was closed, and you bought it, but you bought it from the siblings, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay, hold on.
This was like 23 years later.
David, you bought the house how long ago?
I just bought it this year.
Okay, so you bought the house. Was the lawsuit dismissed or dropped?
No.
How do you still have a lawsuit to make you sell a house if you already sold it?
Because what happened is once the mortgage company funded the house, the mortgage, the money, after all expenses, had to go into the county registry, court registry, or bank, or whatever the heck they call it. Okay? And then from that point, we had to figure out how we were going to divide all the money between all the brothers and sisters.
Okay, I got it. But as far as the closing, you actually closed on the house.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and how much did you buy it for?
$244,500.
So obviously, everyone had to agree to the $244,500 for it to happen, right?
Yes.
And did you have to pay off any loans?
Yes, it did.
So what did the house net after commissions and loans?
If I had that.
Just roughly.
About 179,000.
Okay, so now 179,000 has to be divided.
Right.
Okay, so keep going.
So they're disagreeing on some of the things that my lawyer has I've asked through my lawyer.
Give me an idea of what they're disagreeing with. I don't get what you're saying.
Okay, I was trying to explain to you. They collected rent for 10 years, and they never shared that with anybody. And so I spoke to my lawyer, and we felt that it was unfair for them to have collected that rent, and then now after I was forced
Right,
to buy
you
the
wanted
house,
to offset their. How many of them rented it? 2 of them?
2 of them rented the house out to a third party.
Okay, since there are a total of 6 siblings, and
Right.
2 of them rented it out, are the other 4 in agreement that they should have a lesser share?
The 2 of us are in agreement. 2 said they wanted nothing to do with the house, but then they turned around and signed a proxy over to my sister, the one that's the defendant who's going to speak on behalf of
The others.
plaintiff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So listen.
So
The lawsuit, though, the lawsuit is not going on any longer because it's a whole different lawsuit. They would have had to amend the lawsuit.
Huh.
I mean, the lawsuit was to compel you to sell the house, right?
Right.
The house was sold.
Right.
Now they would have to amend the lawsuit or file a new one for division of proceeds.
Right.
Is that what they did?
What happened once the plaintiff dropped her lawyer or lost her lawyer, didn't no longer had a lawyer. My lawyer went through with the distribution of money, and in it she said this is what we want.
I get it. I get that you want to offset the rent, but I'm going to tell you something. Okay? They call it a court of equity, which means that logically, if they collected more from the estate or from the property than the others did, if they collected more than the others did, they should offset their profit in a court of equity.
Right.
Hold on.
Right.
Wait, David. But there is also a court of law, which says in the absence of an agreement, they may not owe you anything unless the majority of people who have been screwed agree. And you don't have a majority. So unless you have the other 4 siblings in harmony saying they screwed us, then you're never going to win. How much was this 10 years worth of rent?
About $60,000.
Okay, so are you proposing that you take $60,000? Now remember, part of that $60,000 would have gone to them anyway. So you have 6 siblings, and you have $60,000 at dispute. That means they would have gotten 20 of it anyway, right?
Right, between the 2 of them, yeah.
Yeah. So therefore, if they would have gotten 20 of it anyway, you only have 40 of it in dispute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So there's $40,000 in dispute right now.
Right.
Does everyone understand that?
I think the 2 that never wanted to be involved with it at all, they don't understand that.
Then you're never going to get this resolved. My opinion, which is not a legal opinion, is divide up the frickin' money and walk away.
Well, we have actually we were ordered by the judge because we went to.
All right, hold on. I got to take this break. We got more coming up.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Saucy Nugs, a whole new way to nug.
Drive across town, not bad. We've got a little bit of slowing for both sides of I-25 as you make your way across downtown. Should break open by the time you reach Spear. Otherwise, we're looking good through the Tech Center or even on the north end through Thornton and Northglenn. Outbound Pena, a little busy. E470 all the way down to I-70 as you merge in. Watch for a wreck westbound Arapahoe after Quebec that's blocking the center lane. And they're still working on that overturned semi northbound I-25 up near the Berthoud exit. We are jammed heavily stop and go starting at Highway 66, well over an hour on those backups. Denver weather today, we're looking at plenty of sunshine, high up near 85. It's 80 degrees now. With your Impact Traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
The best nugs are now even better. Wendy's new Saucy Nugs take the nugs you love and sauce them up in bold flavors, including buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, and spicy ghost pepper. Try them all today. For a whole new way to nug, it's gotta be Wendy's. At participating U.S. Wendy's.
ZeroResDenver.com. Zero res means no residue when they clean your carpet. The only people I'll have in my home, because truly they use less water and no residue, no soaps, no emulsifiers, no chemicals. They use just softened, super soft, alkaline-based water, the best cleaning agent in nature. What this water does is, since it's an empty water, it absorbs and takes away all of the pathogens and the allergens and the dust, debris, dirt, grime, and the soap from previous cleanings. So your carpets are what I call zero-resified, really clean. They dry faster, stay clean longer. You will never have anyone else again like me. I've said this is my jam right here. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. Safer all the way around, including for your house inside air. It's just the way to go. 303-471-5150. 0resdenver.com.
Men.
All right.
Shut up.
Hello, this is Bo. Yeah, let me step out of the studio here. Hold on a second.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I've seen the wrong way to sell precious metals, cables, necklaces, mismatched earrings, broken watches, coins. The wrong way is not knowing who you can trust. That's why I recommend David Ellis
By the way, you know what long toes are good for?
Picking up shit off the floor?
Toe points.
The hell are toe points?
Being a gymnast and a diver, you have to point your toes. Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. Sure. What's your name? All right. Hold on.
10 seconds, Tom.
Out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Jay's got a comment on the mortgage and titles and all of that. Go ahead, Jay. What is your comment?
Hey, Tom, it's more of a question, just something that crossed my mind.
Yeah.
Things often do. If, say, an older person has a house and they do a quick claim or put someone else on the deed, does that mean they're not ever going to be able to do, if the other person's younger especially, are they never going to be able to do a reverse mortgage?
Oh, no, you will never do a reverse loan with two people on title unless both people qualify for the reverse loan and both people live there.
Another reason not to do stuff like that.
That's right. Both people must live in the house and be on title. You cannot have a reverse loan with an absentee owner.
I kind of thought so, but
listen, the worst thing in the world anyone can do is put someone on their title for no reason. That means, okay, what is no reason? Meaning no compensation, no money, and it shouldn't be done ever for an estate plan, ever. It is the worst estate planning you can do, is put someone on. Dan McKenzie told me that's one of the most common mistakes he finds when people come to him. Dan is a great guy, by the way, McKenzie Law. And Dan said, when people come to me, and they already put their kids on the house, they've already screwed themselves out of tons of tax benefits. And they think they're doing something smart with the quitclaim deed because some jerk told them to do it. And they're trying to practice law. You should never transfer your house to anyone or put anyone on the deed for any reason whatsoever. That's the real deal. Never, ever. There's never a good reason. And so that's the long and short of it. Thanks for bringing that up. By the way, if you ever want to get a hold of Mackenzie and ask him these questions, 833-CO Plans. He's a local guy. He does wills, beneficiaries, deeds, trusts, all of that. 833-CO Plans. Now, David, welcome to the show. What is your suggestion?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's happening, David?
Hey, we go to Florissant and Cripple Creek, and we can't hear you.
What?
So we want you to get XM radio.
Okay, so you can't hear me over there?
Station. No.
You know what? Mark looked into, wait. We looked into XM one time. I forget what happened. I think that is a distinct possibility, by the way. How many people, though, is XM a big deal right now in cars?
I don't know. Maybe because half the time you can't get radio stations.
I love XM radio. I love the reception, the quality, and all of that. And
yeah, it was halfway. Even the Woodland, we lose you in Woodland.
That's too bad. We need to look into that, David.
We work for a couple of property managements, and we go up here all the time, and we just can't hear you.
Yeah,
so I put you on the phone, and then I tap into the radio, but then after a minute,
So you work for property management. Let me ask you this. What would you do if a gang took over one of the apartment houses?
You want my honest opinion?
Yeah, I honest to God do. I know you guys had to discuss it.
Yeah. set it on fire with all of them in it.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. Come on, man. But listen, it's a terrible
Hey, I'm
situation.
from Michigan, so.
Yeah. Well, anyway, thank you for
No,
call.
but
Thank
you
you
gotta
for
get rid of 'em.
He's just
The
kidding, folks.
Cops need to do their job.
Don't get any idea. Listen, I don't know what's going on with ICE. I don't know what's going on with police, but this has got to stop. And you know, really and truly, it's got to stop. All of this lawlessness around the country has to stop.
Hey, Tom, did Kelly tell you that there was a big article in the New York Post about this, but nothing in our local papers?
Oh, local papers won't do it because they're all Democrat and owned in stocks. Neither will our local media.
But the New York Post did.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like I said, Channel 9 ought to just be the DNC headquarters. I mean, or at least the Colorado Democrat headquarters. It's so blatantly obvious. I swear to God, when I was in television news, we would get in so much trouble for being so biased. I remember that. I mean, I remember being called into the office if you did a story that was the least bit biased. Now, I'm not talking about my consumer stuff. I was allowed to make recommendations and call down fire on people who were ripping people off and all that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about news stories. I was never really news. But in news, man, you could not ever show bias or leave out facts that would favor one over another. And that's how I was brought up. 303-713-8255. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Drive across town, not bad. We've got a little bit of slowing for both sides of I-25 as you make your way across downtown. Should break open by the time you reach Spear. Otherwise, we're looking good through the Tech Center or even on the north end through Thornton and Northglenn. Outbound Pena, a little busy. E470 all the way down to I-70 as you merge in. Watch for a wreck westbound Arapahoe after Quebec that's blocking the center lane. And they're still working on that overturned semi northbound I-25 up near the Berthoud exit. We are jammed heavily, stop and go, starting at Highway 66, well over an hour on those backups. Denver weather today, we're looking at plenty of sunshine, high up near 85. It's 80 degrees now. With your Impact Traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Every business faces challenges, but shipping shouldn't be one of them. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Let's talk about retirement and estate planning. First of all, Retirement Center of the Rockies, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, they do just that. They help you plan for retirement. If you're younger, they help you build a nest egg, invest it, protect it, and then turn it into income. As you get older, they put more of an emphasis on the safety part of it and then the income. And they even make recommendations for long-term care and other things like estate planning. They are a complete firm for planning your retirement. As you phase out of your life into retirement, they can help you. And if you want to know exactly what they do, get a free consultation, rpcenter.com, rpcenter.com. And one of the people they recommend, or one of the firms, Keel and Park, you know, we talk about estate planning on the show, and let's talk about Keel and Park and how they do it. You'll love it. First and foremost, Keel and Park, complimentary, will look at your estate, what you own, what you're invested in, your collectibles, your motor vehicles, your real estate, your heirs. Then they come up with a plan based on what you want to do. That's all complimentary. After that, they then take and do a plan with flat rate pricing. Once they do that, you can choose exactly what you want and you'll know the exact price. That's lawkp.com. Lawkp.com. 970-818-8198. No risk. Estate planning, 970-818-8198. And again, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies for free review of your retirement plan is rpcenter.com.
No callers.
lot of people don't even understand. I swear to God, they don't understand what a quitclaim deed is. Morons, do you know what a quitclaim deed is?
Ellie, I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show.
I'm getting
And
these texts all the time about quitclaim
email.
deeds. They think it's a
Thanks
regular
so much
deed.
for writing me back. If you'd like to get on the show to get some help from Tom,
All
and
quitclaim
free
deed
advice
does.
from our experts,
If I give you a
we're
quitclaim
here
deed,
24 hours.
I am telling you that I am quitting my claim to the property, and whatever claim I have is being conveyed to you. Yes, I'm quitting my claim to the property, and I'm granting it to you if I write a quitclaim deed to you. Now, if I write a quitclaim deed to you and me, then I'm quitclaiming to you and me. Like when a husband gets a new wife, he might do that. Now, but a quitclaim, hear what I said. It says I am quitting whatever I have, my interest in that property, and conveying it to you. So theoretically, I can write you a quitclaim deed on the Empire State Building. And it would be legal and it would be recorded. And what would it say?
Okay, what's your name?
And if I have no claim, that's right. So there are people all the time that are cheating people by giving them a quitclaim deed for $10,000, saying, look, I'm going to quitclaim this building to you. That's right.
Take me off speaker. Perfect. All right, what's your name? Dominique. All right.
It's one of the most misunderstood instruments there are.
10 seconds, Tom.
iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search stuff they don't want you to know and start listening.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter. I was going to say trouble insurance. I am your trouble insurance. Your trouble-free insurance. Listen to the show and save trouble. Okay, 303-713-8255. I want to go back to some calls. And we have Dominique on the phone. Go ahead, Dominique. What's happening?
Hi. So I got into a car accident last month, and I've been reading for about a month and a half almost now to get an answer about what the insurance is going to do. I had to go through.
Explain the accident.
insurance.
Explain the accident first. What happened?
So I was making a left-hand turn on my way to work, and this car decided. So I had a left green arrow, and the arrow had just turned yellow as I was going underneath it. Like, it was green as I was.
No, I understand. I understand. You know what? I'm gonna surprise you when I tell you this. It wouldn't have mattered if it was turning yellow or if it had just turned red. But go ahead, and there's a reason for that. But go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was already pretty much done with my turn. I was already in the lane that I was turning into, like passing the crosswalk.
Okay.
And this car decided to run the red light and smack directly into my back tire.
Okay.
Like, he was, like, right when I was already through the light, he tried to speed up to get...
So your right rear was hit. Got it.
Yes.
All right.
And I filed the claim, because...
You filed the
I only
claim
have
where?
liability for my insurance.
Did you?
Both for
First
my
of all, the other driver is supposed to file that claim, or was it? Whose fault was it?
It was his fault.
Did he get a ticket?
No.
Then who says it's his fault?
Well, I mean, he's the one that ran the red light. So.
But who says it was his fault? Is there any proof? What if he says no, it's not?
Well, he hasn't been answering the phone for them.
For who's them?
So they don't even, for his insurance.
Okay, see, here's the problem with this. There was no police report, is that right?
Yeah.
And there's not even a record of the accident. I'm going to give you bad news first, Dominique. If he simply refuses to cooperate with his insurance company, they will turn down your claim.
Okay.
Now, I do have a way that you should handle this. So not all hope is lost, but you got to listen to me carefully, and I'll go through the steps, okay? So hang on. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK. Let's see if we can help her out of this jam. We have RedRocksRS.com, Red Rocks Roof and Solar with us. We'll talk a little more about solar. And remember, saving 10% on your electric bill, no matter who you are, without solar even being installed.
What's it, damn it?
I forgot my key.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is...
Myself out.
You want that key? All right, fine.
Well, I have to get into the bathroom.
I don't know what key you...
Yeah.
How many cases are you working on, Doc?
Your shit in line.
What?
Right?
How many cases are you working
None.
on? Oh, really? That's good.
And I don't need it.
I've got 5.
Oh, I have one that I have to do.
Gonna have to.
So it's 1, not 0.
I've got 5. I can't seem to get them resolved.
Piece of shit.
What I'm saying is that's not clear to an investor like me. Just looks at, here's what I look at. 1.7. How much comes in year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4? When is it paid? And like what lump sums are paid? And then I can look and say, okay, on 1.7, I'm needing to pay this, but I'm over time paid this. Because no one that much money. Most people don't have a long time horizon. They're not going to have. You're not going to find That's why people with money normally look for investments that pay off faster, or at least, or they can.
10 seconds here, Tom.
Okay.
In the House with this always unique and humorous take on the presidential race, the special session in Colorado, and how do we save this great state? Join us at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where we are solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. Oh, recovering hundreds of millions of dollars for people. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Man, do I love them. I use them. I've used them. They do garage door openers, and they do garage doors. And they're one of the few factory authorized places for garage doors. A lot of people fix garage doors but don't have a clue what they're doing. And also, they do openers of all kinds. I have the sidewinders now. Do you know what they are? They're the ones on the side. So you don't have all that clutter above. It's much cleaner. It's really nice. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. If you go to that site, all the prices are there. 720-370-3987. Hey, Dominique was making a left turn, and a car hit her. The car was going through a red light. Dominique said her green arrow is just turning yellow. Since there are no witnesses or police reports, it's really her word. So she tried putting in a claim with the other insurance company. Now, why did you put in a claim with the other insurance company? He gave you all of his information. Is that right, Dominique?
Yeah, I only have liability for my insurance. My dad set it up for me a while ago, so I wasn't completely sure. Like,
what year is your car, Dominique?
Until that.
What year is your car?
2007.
Okay. So, yeah, a lot of people do that. They don't carry collision on older cars. But I want to ask you something. On this accident, did he stop and give you information?
Yes.
Okay. That's how you called his insurance.
Yeah.
And did he say, "Oh, I'm sorry, it was my fault"?
No, he didn't really speak English, so like it was kind of hard to just get any type of information from him. He was all like, what happened? Like, why'd you slow down? And I was like, I didn't, like, he was typing it, and I was like, I didn't slow down. I was turning. You ran a red light. Why did you do that? And he was like, well, let me get your insurance.
So there's no one to say, there's no one to say whose fault it is.
There is an older lady at the bus stop, but she also only spoke Spanish, and she was getting very mad that I had to pull over by the bus stop to get it all figured out.
Yeah, you're not going to, in other words, this person is not going to admit fault.
It seems like it.
And it could be either your fault or his fault, with the way the car's hit. He could say you turned in front of him. I mean, there's no record of this. You don't have tape, you don't have video, you have nothing. So I don't see this guy, unless this guy admits it and turns it into his insurance will not cover you. Have you already gotten the rejection letter?
No, not yet.
You will. Who's the insurance company?
Fred Loya.
Oh my God. That's even worse. Fred Loya doesn't pay even when
my back also got hurt during that accident, and I have tried to call the bodily injury claim for him, like for that company as well.
Dominique,
and they've just not been answering any of my calls.
They're not going to pay.
Yeah.
It's not proven it's his fault. I wouldn't pay either. But Dominique, do you have on your insurance something called MedPay?
No.
Well, you should. It would cost you $5 or $10 a year or a month. Okay. I'm telling you that MedPay would have paid for your injuries no matter whose fault it was.
Okay.
So you're sure you don't have medical payments?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Because it was something that my insurance had told me when I spoke to them.
In Colorado, this is a weird thing. In order not to have medical payments, you actually have to turn it down by initialing it. Ask your insurance company.
My dad set it up through the general. I know that's what we have, is the general.
Oh, God. Dominique, the only thing how much damage do you have to your car?
I can't drive it. I haven't been able to drive it for this whole time.
Do you know how much it'll cost to fix?
My whole tire is smashed in at least $3,000.
$3,000?
I have to get my tire replaced, my brakes replaced, my axle replaced.
All right, listen.
I need a wheel alignment.
Dominique, if you got this guy's name and address, you can serve him and go to small claims court. See,
okay.
Whether you could get it now, then it would be up to him to put it into his insurance. But he's the one responsible to you, not his insurance company. But I'm going to warn you, if you go to small claims court with this guy, he's going to deny it, and then you're going to have to argue in front of a judge. I mean, it's very likely you don't have enough information to get your money. You could lose in small claims court for lack of evidence.
Yeah.
So you can try small claims.
The light that we were turning at had cameras. Would that be something I could maybe try to get access to?
Maybe. Dominique, hold on. Let's get our expert on, our auto accident attorney. Okay? So you hang on and we'll try to get him on and talk about it. All right? 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, sir.
This is why I listened to John Fuller and went out and got a dash cam. For $150, you have permanent protection for stuff like this. It is such a smart thing to do, and I'm sorry I didn't do it sooner. But it's so cheap to get one that would have solved this problem immediately.
Okay. Now, here's something I want to talk about. I'm getting texted on. Why they asked, do I not like quitclaim deeds? What I'm saying here is a quitclaim deed is the weakest form of ownership. It only quitclaims what interest you have in something to someone else. Or what the interest someone else has, they quitclaim to you. There is no guarantee of ownership or that it's even valid. I can quitclaim right now the Empire State Building to anyone. Because what I'm saying is I'm quitting my claim to this property and transferring it to you. Now, this one guy texted me, or one woman, whoever, said, Tom, what about using a quitclaim to drop an ex-spouse and add a new one? Yes, you can do that. You can do that all day long. You can say, I want to do this. If all parties know each other and agree, you can use a quitclaim deed to drop someone and add someone else until it's disputed. If it's ever disputed, that ex-spouse says, wait a minute, I didn't agree to this, you're screwed without any kind of outside evidence. A general warranty deed is much stronger. A quitclaim can be done if other documentation verifies it, like a divorce decree and her agreement or his agreement. If that house suddenly was purchased by a land developer and you got way more money than you thought, or something happened, oil was discovered under it, I'm just telling you, a quitclaim deed is your weakest form of transfer. It can be challenged easily. So just because you've done it before doesn't mean it's great. It also doesn't mean it's automatically bad. Now, what about this? Tom, if he gave her insurance info to Dominique, isn't that admission of guilt? No, I don't think so. He can say we exchanged information at the scene. I mean, or he can just simply say, I didn't give it to her. I don't know how she got it. I mean, people, you take too much for granted when it comes to proving who's at fault. So thank you for texting me. By the way, people are texting me at this number. This is my personal Google number that literally comes to my cell phone. I mean that. You can literally text me anytime. 747-999-5280. 747-999-5280. I promise you I'll get it. You can also leave me voicemail at 303-MARTINO. 303-627-8466. More right after this.
The Tree Farm's 50-cent tree sale is going on now. This is our biggest sale of the year with thousands of carry-out-sized trees that are easy to handle and easy to plant. While supplies last, buy the first tree at regular price and mix or match a second tree for only 50 cents. Thousands of shade trees, flowering trees, fruit trees, evergreen trees, ornamental trees, and more. Also, huge savings on shrubs and perennials. The 50-cent tree sale. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
All right, let's talk about this. I love talking about QC Colorado. QC Colorado is the Quiet Cool Whole House fan. So make that QCcolorado.com. What it does is evens out the temperatures in your home by sucking up cool air from bottom levels and expelling the hottest air from the upper levels. It creates natural convective currents, which evens out temps. That means sometimes mornings, evenings, and some seasons you can substitute it for air conditioning altogether for pennies on the dollar. Or you can use it to augment air conditioning during the hottest times, and that saves you money. So whatever you do, you will save by having this even out the temperatures in your home. And I have it, and I love it, and it's paid for itself. QCcolorado.com, 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Frank is the expert I would use in all real estate matters, whether I'm looking to sell or looking to buy. Now, here's the great thing about Frank. He won't hold you to a long-term contract. He won't penalize you if you changed your mind. He's just that good. He wants you to be happy. And in fact, he'll do a free market evaluation of your home to tell you what it will sell for and what you will net, even what you can buy. No obligation. 303-920-1622.
Hold on, sir. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. Please hold. Hi. Okay. So we've got a car accident. The girl is injured, but she's got some apparently crappy insurance. So Tom wanted to bring you on as an expert to talk about it. All right. All right. Well, it's I will tell you, one of them is Fred Loya. The other is something called the General. Okay. Hold on.
So Brooke, on the investment, you see, I like, if they get the tax credits, they don't have to spread those tax credits out. Can't they just take the lump sum tax credit that year if they pay that much in tax? So then that's a big chunk right there, right? But you're not showing that.
Okay. What's your name, sir?
Oh, it does?
Michael?
I thought tax credits were
10 seconds.
Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to bring up John Fuller, personalinjuryco.com. He's an attorney who does personal injury. Now, this is not necessarily a personal injury case, but it is an accident case. She has no evidence whatsoever except the guy stopped and they exchanged information. She was making a left turn. She claims he ran a red light and hit her. He's refusing to call his insurance company, so his insurance company, who is Fred Loya, says we can't cover it if he doesn't cooperate. And of course, Fred Loya sucks anyway. So Dominique is stuck here. So I have a quick question for you, John Fuller. First and foremost, can she get traffic camera footage from any of those intersection cameras?
It depends on the intersection, Tom. Some of those cameras are only for traffic control, and they just count cars. They don't actually keep film, and so those wouldn't be of any assistance. If it's actually a camera and it's a CDOT camera, sometimes it's tough to figure out who owns it. But if it's actually a camera, then yeah, we've been able to get copies of that film sometimes. Yeah.
Okay.
Does
then
she have the identification of the guy?
Yeah, she has his information, his name, and his insurance. but they won't pay, and she has a hurt back right now. What happens if you have someone and there's no witnesses, no police report, and they're hurt, and they say it's someone else's fault? She says she doesn't have med pay. What happens in a case like that?
And did the police come to the scene?
Nope, none of that.
No. Well, it's a classic he said, she said. I mean, and unfortunately, you know, the ultimate decider of fact would be a jury. And if it's a strong enough case and you know, and if the damage is warranted, it may be a case that you have to take into litigation. You know, the insurance company is absolutely right to deny any sort of coverage when their insured is not cooperating. That is one of the clauses in all of their contracts. However, the moment that insured got sued, he would either have to face the reality of defending the suit by himself and being on the hook for any of the damages, or he's eventually going to have to call his insurance company and say, maybe I was in an accident and I need you guys to defend me. So that would be the next step. Now, you know, he said, she said cases are difficult. They are the worst cases in the world, and you're dealing with two of the worst insurance companies that you could possibly team up with. The General is better than Fred Lloyd by a long shot, but both of them are, you know, are higher risk. You know, they cater to a higher risk crowd, so they tend to only have your lowest amounts of coverage and, you know, and high deductibles and drivers that have less than stellar driving records and stuff. That's just what they do. You know, it's a tough situation.
Yeah.
We have been able to help people in that situation many times, but it really just depends on the facts of the case, whether you can find any witnesses or there's anything to support your side of the version of events.
Dominique, how bad is your back?
So, like, whenever I try to, just crack it, say I'm just laying down and I just, roll over, you know, just like how anybody would crack their back laying down, it feels like my spine is just, out of place. I haven't gone to the doctors yet because I already had a discussion with Medicaid, and they said that they wouldn't be able to cover everything. And I just don't have that money to pay out of pocket.
Why? What do you mean? Medicaid said they couldn't cover it?
They wouldn't cover all of it.
What part wouldn't they cover?
What did they? Yeah, exactly.
I would still have to pay, I think she said $1,200 out of pocket.
For what? $1,200 for what? What kind of treatment?
If I got, if I had to do multiple x-rays of my back, she said that they would only be able to cover a certain amount of whatever they would have to do with that.
I never heard of that, John.
My experience is that Medicaid will cover you, you know, at least if you go in the ER and stuff. And when it comes to getting ongoing medical treatment, ER or Medicaid is more difficult because really what Medicaid is there for is the hospital and stuff, and it's less so available for ongoing treatment. But you shouldn't have to come out of pocket to get Medicaid to pay for an ER visit to get you checked out. When did this accident happen? How long ago?
Last month.
Last month?
On July 16th.
Okay, so you're already 6 weeks away. You're already 6 weeks into not getting treatment. So, I mean, listen, the reality of it is that I have no doubt that you're telling the truth and that you're probably injured, but when you ignore injuries for 6 weeks, even the best insurance company is going to say, we don't think you're injured because you didn't seek medical care.
Right.
And any normal person, if they were truly injured, would have gone to the emergency room that day or the day after.
And also,
or something. And they're going to hold that against you. And when you don't have any police report, you have nothing to support your case, and you've got a delay in treatment of over 6 weeks, and the best thing that you can come up with is an excuse that Medicaid told you that they wouldn't pay for everything when clearly they will. I hate to
we
be
got a
the
problem.
bearer of bad news, but we have a problem that may be insurmountable in your case.
And Dominique, really, again, get MedPay. Make sure you get MedPay on your insurance.
Gosh, it's so cheap, and it just covers without any
She said pretty
concern.
much the reason they wouldn't cover everything is because I have a specific amount set for like dental, vision, and all of that other stuff, and that would exceed the amount.
Well, I've never heard of that with
Is yours
Medicaid
like-
for an
is
accident
yours like
ever.
Denver Health Medicaid?
Yeah, I have health care. Or yeah,
It's Denver Health Medicaid? Okay.
yeah.
So that's a whole different ball of wax, Tom, and I don't know if you've heard of it before, but it's really not Medicaid. It's more of a Denver Health sponsored health plan that is subsidized by Medicaid, and
Okay.
they do have coverage issues and stuff. So, listen, I hate to say this because it just doesn't do anything for you, but for all the rest of the listeners, this is a prime example of why we need to spend that $7 or $8 or $10 a month to have that medical payments coverage,
Right.
so that if you have a copay or a deductible and you've got to come out of pocket following an accident, no matter who's at fault, you've got that coverage and it's right there and you don't have to ever pay it back.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing. It's super cheap. And this is why you have to have it on your policy. I will tell you this, which one is your insurance company? Fred Loya?
Yeah, no, hers is the General.
Okay. The General normally doesn't just mandatory waive the MedPay. Fred Loya, in my experience, has never issued a MedPay policy in Colorado that I've ever seen. They print their contracts with the waiver in place. I think that's absolutely illegal, but I've yet to see a Fred Loya policy with MedPay.
Right.
But it is a mandatory coverage, and the state requires that the insurance companies offer it. And I don't care who your carrier is, you need to tell your agent or the company themselves that I want that MedPay on my policy. Put it on there. Don't waive it. Unwaive it if you ever did, and get that coverage there in case something bad happens to you.
Okay, thank you. John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500 is his number. If you ever need him, personalinjuryco.com. I got more coming right up. Hang on the lines. I will get to all of you right after this.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
New crash coming in here if you're northbound I-25,
Hey, Doc.
working yourself into downtown. Looks
never
like
mind, I'll
a
talk
couple
to
of
him.
cars.
Yeah, hang on.
Alameda overpass. Backup's not bad. Just a little slow on the approach coming up from Santa Fe. Otherwise, we're looking pretty good across the rest of the I-25 corridor. Just that heavy traffic southbound passing downtown. Got that wreck westbound Orchard at Parker cleaning up. And up north of town, you do have that rolled semi getting cleaned up yet. Northbound I-25 at the Berthoud exit. That left lane block, they are crawling from Highway 66. Denver weather today. Plenty of sunshine. High up near 85 degrees. Right now it's 80. With your Impact Traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Hey, Discount Bath has something I want to tell you about. In addition to doing all of your bathroom remodels, that includes hall room bathrooms, full master bathrooms, basement bathrooms that have been roughed in. They will do all of that with their online tool. You can get pricing right now by going to discountbaths.com. But they do something else. They're also doing a shower conversion right now for $9,888. That's under 10 grand, $9,888 with beautiful acrylic wall systems, no maintenance, glass panels. And here's the deal. You need to see these. They're beautiful, they're fast, they're efficient, and they're cheap. They really are. Less expensive than most. $9,888. Discountbath.com. 720-979-2322.
Doc's all yours, Tom.
Doc, I never mind. I just wanted to tell you I added you, bro. Gotcha. Okay, that email you asked about.
Okay.
Give me more details. I'm definitely interested in something that would give immediate tax credits. Or, by the way, I'm interested in buying tax credits too, just to make a little spread. Like if you have people that can't use it, I can use every tax credit. Well, I think last year I might have paid $1 million in taxes last year.
Oh, so.
Probably. I mean, I got to see exactly what my tax liability was, but it was a lot. So obviously, anything. I mean, I'm going to pay the tax anyway, so I can buy it down, and because there's nothing wrong with buying tax credits, right? Oh, I get it. Oh, I get that. Okay, now I understand, yeah.
And at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So it says here, Tom, my wife was rear-ended, resulting in a total loss of a vehicle. Insurance is paying $13,666, but we owe $23,000. Petty details, which, by the way, they value cars for you when things like this happen. They're on the referral list. They say the settlement sounds correct. In other words, the car was worth about $13,666. My question, can we go against the other driver for the balance to get that other 10 grand back? Well, the obvious answer is no, because remember, the party responsible to you is responsible for what they took from you, what they damaged you by. If you overpaid for the car, or if the car depreciated faster, or if you had negative equity when you bought that car, so your loan is artificially higher, you are only owed what that car was worth, not what you owe on it. So that's that quick answer, 303-713-8255. Again, you can text me personally to my cell phone, 747-999-5280. 747-999-5280. No one else in media gives you this direct access. You can also call me personally at 303-MARTINO. Now, obviously, we go to voicemail if there's too many calls. I want to take Mary, who has a follow-up. Is Bo around, by the way?
I'm here.
Hey,
I'm here, Tom.
So she bought a used car from Michael's, as I'm reading this call. And it was Michael Auto Sales, East Colfax. 2014 Lexus, 132,000 miles, $17,000 plus warranty. She was financed for $23,000. Somewhere along the line, this sounds like a screwy deal, but it might be a legal screwy deal. A legal one, not illegal. But anyway, a few days later, the engine light came on. He promised to fix it. It sat for 6 months. They claim they replaced the engine. She's still having trouble. What's going on? I wanted you to make a last-ditch effort here, Bo. I'm not sure. This woman could have screwed herself. I'm not sure what the warranty covers. What's going on?
Sure. I made a call to. She sent me paperwork on the extended warranty.
Yeah.
And it's by a company called Wise MVP. They're a national warranty company. They have good reviews. I was able to call and get right through to them this morning and talk to Dan, their representative. And the good news for Mary is that this warranty is still in effect. So she could take this warranty and go.
Why didn't she know that, bro? Why didn't she know that?
I believe that when she had problems, she took the vehicle, and she can explain this. She took the vehicle back to Michael's Auto Sales when he had engine problems, and the owner or the representative at Michael's Auto Sales took it to like a third party mechanic.
I wonder why. But they must have known she had a warranty. They sold it to her.
I don't have an explanation for that, and apparently Mary put up $1,500 to replace the engine, and I do.
Hey,
not
Mary,
know why.
now see, I don't know if they're going to reimburse her for that.
Mary, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Mary,
So
who'd you pay
yeah.
$1,500 to?
So here's what happened. They told us that we had to go to their specific mechanic, because what happened was in December of last year, when
I don't need the surrounding story. They told you needed to go to their mechanic. Did they? Did they remember that you purchased a warranty from them?
Yes.
Then why didn't they ask? Why didn't they call the warranty company? Do you know?
No, but I do know that we had already talked to the warranty company last year. And what happened was when Michael Auto Sales had first taken the car, when we first were having issues, and they gave us the loaner, they took the car to AutoNation Toyota, and AutoNation Toyota and us, we all talked to the warranty company and everything. But the thing was the warranty company said that they had to do this diagnostic, and they had to, I don't know, whatever the details were. My husband dealt with it. Bottom line was, AutoNation Toyota wanted us to pay $2,000 up front. We didn't have $2,000 up front because we were already paying for car rentals.
All right, so hold on. Is it accurate to say you did not go through the warranty procedure?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, the warranty does not. They did not have a claim for an engine. There's been no claim on.
It's
your
too late
warranty.
now, bro. It's too late. They already did it. They're not going to go back and cover this based on her word. How much did you put toward the engine?
So in December, when Michael Auto Sales forced us to go to their mechanic, I told my husband it was $1,500 that they had us pay, because Michael Auto Sales owner Yusuf said that he would pay $1,500 and we would pay $1,500, and they only wanted cash. And I told my husband, get a receipt, and this guy refused to give him a receipt. Tesfaye was the name of the guy, and he's on Colfax, 8000 East Colfax, and Gifty Auto Sales was the name of the shop.
My God, is it?
And,
your phone is cutting in and out.
He would not give us a receipt.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
He would
No,
not give us a
listen.
receipt.
Listen, I just want to talk about this. I don't think we can do anything for you because you never went through the warranty procedure. They wanted to do this procedure. The reason you had to pay up front was this. They take it apart, they look at it. If it turns out to be a warranty issue, they pay for it. If not, they want to be reimbursed for that. It's a terrible situation that you went through, but I don't know what we can do about it right now, unless...
I have an idea, Tom.
What is that, Bo?
So This warranty company seems to be a stand-up company. There's been no claims against this warranty company. Dan at this MVP warranty company said that Mary could take the car like to Kevin Kalkin at Sheridan Auto Tech or to the Lexus dealer. They would even pay for the tow, and Mary would have to pay the $100 or $200 diagnostic fee. And there's a good possibility that this warranty that Mary bought would cover the engine. Now, I do not.
But if it's not the original engine, why would they? I mean, I'm all for that, Bo. But do they understand she already had the engine replaced?
Well, Tom, I don't see how they could replace an engine on a 2014 Lexus for $3,000. I don't think they replaced the engine. I think they just took the money. I think the engine, she still has the original engine, and she needs to go to a dealer or Kevin and verify.
At least, you know what? That's right. We can find out if they replaced the engine or not. If they didn't, and they lied to you and took $1,500. Right. Now, did Michaels take the $1,500, or did their mechanic do it?
Gifty Auto Sales guy named Tesfaye, he took it. He took the $1,500 cash, and we don't think he replaced the engine at all because
I don't either.
It worked for 4 months, literally only 4 months, and then it started to jerk around. And
hey, hold on now. What is the name of the? So that you didn't pay the Michaels Auto Sales this money?
No, cash only to Gifty Auto Sales because they said cash only, and they were refused.
What are you saying? Nifty Auto Sales?
No, GIFTY 8000 East Colfax, and the guy's name is Tesfaye. And when we went back to him in June after the car quit after 4 months of working, we went back to him in June of this year, and he said, "I've never seen you before."
Oh my God! Is there any way to prove that he even took the money from you?
And they didn't get a
receipt in the first place.
No receipt, Tom.
It was shady.
Mary, you didn't get a receipt?
I told my husband, make sure you get a receipt. This guy wants cash. He's not going to give you a receipt. I said, make sure he gives you a receipt or he's going to screw us. He came back to the car. I said, did you get a receipt? He goes, no. I said, I knew it.
So basically, Mary, this never happened. Nifty will say it never happened.
Yeah.
Or Gifty.
Yeah. He said he'd never seen us before in June.
Oh my
He
God!
said, I've never seen you before.
Okay, listen. Let's just go with Bo's suggestion.
Yeah. Mary, you need to take their car to the Lexus dealer. Their dealers are pretty good. They have to answer to the manufacturer. I would take it there since it's close to where you live. Pay the $100 or $250, and I believe your warranty company will assist you in paying for the diagnostic and have a real company check it out.
If that's the original engine, there's nothing we can do because we can't prove Gifty.
There's no receipt.
So if that's the original engine, though, maybe your warranty will cover it because you have a warranty. I have to take this break. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Good work, bud.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Lots of problems north of the metro area on the highway I-25 northbound. We're still dealing with a crash in the left lane before Colorado 56, exit 250. Stop and go traffic back from Colorado 66, exit 243. Folks stuck in this traffic are looking at about an hour of delays, this one involving a rolled over semi. More drama north of Fort Collins. I-25 southbound is closed due to an accident involving a semi between Buckeye Road and Owl Canyon Road. Watch out for detours there. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, clouds in the sky, but still warm out there. Mostly sunny as the day goes on with a high of 85. Overnight low of 55 into the weekend. Tomorrow, high of 87. The current temperature in Denver, 79 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
You hear me talk about auto repairs a lot on this show. What about RV repairs? Well, you can't go to a regular shop, not for a big motor home or a trailer for the house part or for the chassis or whatever. Lazy Days RV is your RV authority, lazydays.com. It's lazydays.com. They have locations around the country for your warranty support and for their repairs. So, LazyDays.com. Now, if you want to buy new or used, you can go there too. Great people right here in Colorado. The service facility is exit 240 and I-25. That's north of the city on the Longmont Turnout on Frontage Road. LazyDays.com. Hey, the art of granite is more than granite. That's the name. Mitch Floria calls it the art of granite. That's what he used to do only, but now he does everything. Any solid surface, any natural stone. And here's how he does it. Prices on the phone. No one does it. Why does he do that? Because he's proud of his prices. So that's got to tell you something. And by the way, all materials are wholesale for the countertop materials. You tear out and haul away is free. In fact, if you get a remnant from his remnant yard, he'll give it to you free of charge. You just pay for the template. 303-386-5919. 386-5919. Get your price, theartofgranite.com.
Does you
Are you familiar with the show?
Dealership.
What was that?
She slammed the people they bought the car from.
So you do
This
know
Michael-
that we
I
are a
called
live
them, they came
radio
right on there and
show,
talked to me. Yeah,
and
we-
you would
we
have to
told her
go
to
on
there
air
for
with
this
Tom
engine. I don't know why
in
that
order to
auto
get any
sales
sort
things
of
that they want you to
help
do, you want to.
or
There's something a little-
resources
there's something a little
available
hinky
to
there,
you.
but I don't think they did anything really
Correct.
Yeah, it's
wrong.
They sold her a car, they sold her a warranty.
And it's
she didn't-
as is, it's a used car.
Right, but she didn't know how. I mean, people don't use common sense. Why buy a warranty if you're not going to use it?
Why buy a warranty if you're going to pay cash for your repairs done?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Very cool.
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show.
Oh, no, so I keep track of every post I made, and so I wanted to sort it alphabetically.
Okay, so this
And I
is
knew
an
you
issue
can
with
do
the
that
car.
yourself.
Okay.
What I didn't know.
That's
is
where
you
we're
could
going to
sort
go with
everything
that. What's your
like
name?
across I thought it just did columns.
Dane,
But it does everything, so
D-A-N-E.
that was wonderful. Exactly what I wanted. So, if I don't keep track, my God, let me just give you an idea. This is what I
And
haven't
what is
posted
the year
yet.
and make of your car? It's a Subaru Forester?
Used cars as is, best new car values, worst used cars values, common myths about estate planning,
You're having
racing
an issue
tires,
with the sale of
emissions and
it?
auto sale. I mean, I just have I make all of these haven't been posted yet. So if I don't keep track of what I did post and where it went, I'm screwed. You know what I mean? I got to keep some, because I have so
And what
much
was the
information. I
dealer?
got to figure out what's already been done. Otherwise, I'd end up really, like being redundant.
All right, hang on for me.
Do you have people that want to sell? Well, hold on. You do have people that want to sell,
Good afternoon. Thanks so much
but
for
it's only
calling.
$3,000 spread.
Martino Show.
Okay, that's all right.
Okay. First of all, I can't hear anything you're saying. I don't know if you're on a speakerphone or on Bluetooth, but I pretty much am only getting a bunch of crap.
Yeah, right.
No, it's really not. I can't understand you, sir. Okay, bye.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Oh, shit.
But if it's a regular commercial, it's not.
You know what I don't understand about that Orchard deal?
What deal?
You know that Orchard commercial I just had? They say, sell your, we'll give you, most people need the money from their sale to buy a new home.
All right, yeah.
So Orchard guarantees them a price, it doesn't buy it from them.
Yeah.
So how can they go out and buy a new house if they don't have the money from the previous sale?
That's true.
I'd love to know what that catch is there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Susan wants to know about debt consolidation. What's going on, Susan?
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
We have my son and daughter-in-law have gotten themselves, early 30s, have gotten themselves into considerable debt.
How much?
And I'm trying to, about 17 grand.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're kind of frivolous, and they need someone to kind of give them a come to Jesus on doing a budget. And I was thinking counseling, budget counseling.
You mean it's called or consumer credit counseling used to be an organization did that, but anyway, so what about it?
Well, I'm just wondering what the best way to go for them to go about working on this debt.
Okay. All right.
How do they start?
I'm gonna run out of time, but I'm gonna start, and then I'll take you right after the news. Here's the bottom line.
Sure.
With 17 grand in debt, I know you've heard about debt consolidation. That's mostly false. Correct. There is no real true debt consolidation without security. Mm-hmm. Meaning, you can't simply go out and get a $17,000 loan and hope that someone's going to take a chance on you. It's just not going to happen. Mm-hmm. All debt consolidation loans are either secured or they're outrageously expensive to where it doesn't pay doing them because you have loan sharks doing them. So it's better, but that doesn't mean you can't negotiate settlements. You can. But you have to have lump sums to do settlements. But where do you get lump sums? That's the problem. The truth of debt consolidation is this. In order to get debt consolidation, you have to have something. You have to have a house, a second, or anything like that. Do they have a house?
Yes.
Okay, well, we can talk about that coming up. I can talk to you about not getting ripped off. That's the most important thing. Hang on. I'm Tom Martino. Debt consolidation coming up. Plus, Monique has an issue with an HOA. And then we're going to talk about an issue with another kind of a car sale. All of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Plus, we have RedRocksRS.com. Roof and solar coming up.
Oh, stop it.
What?
I gotta go get my freaking ice pack.
Last night, or just
Shut up.
emailing?
Oh, that's my sister.
Oh,
yeah, she asked me a question. What are the age? Because we'll probably like that for dumb things. She just wants. She just hears how old these people are. She thinks they're all teenagers. Because they do dumb things. That's what I said, well, we don't care about funny insurance. That's not an issue. But they act like kids. Like slinging over $3 grand without a receipt.
Yeah. Is it what?
Is today poker day at your house or up at the hill?
No, I'm going to the hill. My poker day is on Monday and Tuesday at the house.
You're going to try to get another lobster roll done?
I don't know, I might. See how hungry I am.
That sounds good. I'd like to go up there just to put a few coins in the machine to get a lobster roll. Do they give you cocktails? Like you can order, if you're playing cards, will
Absolutely
give you
free.
like a rum and coke or lemon?
Whatever you want, free.
A Manhattan?
Whatever you want, it's free at the tables.
Really? Double bourbon? Oh.
I don't. Yeah, I think they'll do doubles.
Well, sure, you're going to get drunk faster and make mistakes.
Which is why I never drink it. Well, I don't drink anyway. Right. But I never drink at a poker table.
Yeah.
the game for a couple of weeks where they all drank like crazy. I mean, an hour into the game, they're all stoned. I just took their money. It was amazing.
Did you clean up, Doc?
I did. But anybody could have cleaned up. Just a bad habit. And luckily, all the poker rooms are not smoking, which is the best thing they ever did.
Oh, see, I thought they had smoking up there. Did they have smoking in Las
There's
Vegas?
No smoking in the casino.
Oh. How about in Las Vegas? Do they still allow smoking in Vegas?
You know, I haven't been to Vegas in years. But the last time I was, for years, there was no smoking in the poker room. Now, I don't know what they did, because the poker rooms are always separate.
Right.
So, and you're sitting at a table with, 7 or 8 other people.
Close to
so
each
they're
other.
always non-smoking. I don't know what they did in the main casino. But they weren't smoke-filled, so they must have had
Good
some
air.
restrictions.
Yeah.
I mean, we used to go to to Las Vegas on Saturday morning and just take a toothbrush. We'd fly in, we'd play poker all night, and leave sometime Sunday afternoon.
Oh.
So we didn't need a room.
You stayed up all night? You didn't get a room?
No.
You just freaking played your heart out, huh?
This is just what, when we were younger, we could do it.
Kelly's dead.
And I've always had chronic insomnia.
I honestly don't know what to do
I
with
never
this.
had a regular schedule.
Fucking
So my sleeping was all screwed up.
Is that because you had to get up at 2 in the morning and deliver a kid?
Oh, all the time. I mean, I could be at the office and then, do some surgeries, go home, get up at 3 in the morning to deliver a baby, have a 7:30 surgery, have office hours all day, and someone else could do it. I mean, it was totally unscripted.
Did you work in a practice with 4 or 5 other doctors?
No,
so
by
you
myself.
Oh, you did it
I did
solo?
everything by myself.
Sole proprietor? Oh, Doc, that's a lot of work. You're doing it by
Well,
yourself.
a lot of women wanted women
That's
doctors.
what happens when you have idiots who don't know
These
how to
women's groups
design
had
shit.
4, 5, or 6
Design
doctors.
shit.
So the
I
way
feel
that
bad,
I
but
made
I
a
don't feel
good,
bad because they all could have had
built
enough
a really
time
good
to
practice.
Exactly.
was promising
say,
my
hey, we
patients
don't
I'd
want
be
this
there
there,
for them.
petition it because it
Yep.
took
You know,
forever to
even
get
say
built.
Somebody,
Like I said,
most of the delivery,
this
most
is
of
what
the-
happens.
you want that person
People are
to be there for
stupid.
the delivery.
Yeah,
Even
sure.
though it really makes no difference from a medical standpoint, from a
Good customer service. Yeah.
Plus, we never had a tree phone. We always had somebody answer the phone.
Oh.
And it was, a lot of little things we did. I had no turnover for 15 years. Not one person left the practice. I mean, as far as my employees.
Now, did you do this OBGYN work in Colorado?
Oh,
Did you
yeah.
do it? Oh,
Only in Colorado.
Was you out at Rose or CU?
It was at Medical Center of Aurora.
Oh,
little
okay. For
things
some reason, I
that
thought you did all this stuff back east.
No.
Oh,
I did my residency back east.
right.
But you know what I did with my employees? I gave each of the girls a day off. So I said, okay, let's say Sherry had Mondays off. I said,
No idea what this
all
is.
your dentist appointment, all your doctor's appointment, take your kids, whatever you need to do, you do it on Monday. You get Tuesday, so each had a day off. They got paid for 5 days. And we had no vacation policy, no sick leave policy.
Pretty good.
So they would sit, they stay home. They never, the more I trusted them, the more they didn't abuse it.
Right. How many employees did you have for you?
Well, I had me, one lady that just did insurance, 3 medical assistants, and my wife, who I didn't count, because she was like the office manager. So there were like 6 or 7 of us.
You need 6 people to support one doctor.
Right.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know. That's interesting, Doc. Well, you worked your butt off.
Unfortunately, I did.
Okay, Dane, just be
Got a good retirement.
patient with me. You're going to get on as soon as possible, okay? All right, hold on. All right, Monique, hang on for me. We're going to get to you as soon as possible, okay? Monique? Okay, We're going to get to you. We're going to get to you as soon as possible, okay? Uh-huh.
Some people, we had cash at the end of the week, we would split up a certain amount. So if I took, let's say we had $500 in cash at the end of the week, the girls knew how to hide it from the books. So we'd split it up where let's say I'd get 300 out of it, and I'd give each of the girls
10 seconds, Tom.
200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the only show anywhere of its kind. This hour brought to you by excelroofing.com. I love Excel. No money down. You don't pay a cent ever to them until you're content. That's the end of the job. They don't make you sign anything for them to examine the roof damage and to give you a complete, detailed contract. You don't have to sign anything until you want to. And it's really the only way to do business in roofing. Excel as an excellent, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com. And they also know about attic ventilation and complete energy efficiency on roofs to help your home cool and heat better. Excel. Okay, let's talk. What's on your mind today? I have Red Rocks with us, Red Rocks Roof and Solar, talking about solar systems. And I want to talk about a couple things after I take these calls. Susan wanted to talk about debt consolidation. Coming up, I'm going to tell you how to save 10% on your electric bill without solar. I mean, I don't mean without solar like solar's a bad thing, but there's a program going around I want you to know about. It's connected to solar, but you don't have to have the system. It's weird, just weird. Anyway, we're going to try to explain that to you. Susan, her son and daughter-in-law got into $17,000 in credit card debt. How is their credit right now, Susan? Did they trash their credit, or are they barely making payments? Or
credit
what?
rating, I don't know. I should have asked him that, but I can ask him.
Okay. And how much equity do they have in their house, if any?
Pat, how much equity do they have in their house? Sorry, got to ask the husband.
Sure.
How much equity do they have in their house? Not much, apparently.
Oh, then they may not. They may not be able to. They'd have to have enough to take out $17,000 in a second.
Wouldn't you think they'd have to put at least 20% to get a mortgage with mortgage insurance in their case?
They have a home already. What are you talking about, Doc?
Well, I'm saying in their home, in order to get a mortgage on that home, it sounds like they would have to put at least 20% down.
In other words, you're saying they probably have at least 20% equity.
Yeah. In order to get a mortgage, they must have.
But most people won't loan, even on a second. They won't loan more than 80%, sometimes 90%. So, how much? Do you know how much they owe on their house, Susan?
Oh gosh, they paid $5. You know how much they owe on their house, Pat? $600,000 probably.
So, and what did they pay for the house?
What did they pay, Pat? $560? Sorry, he's got about $620.
So they don't have much equity at all. And
oh no, they don't.
Okay, so and do you know what the rate is on that first loan?
6 point. They've got $40,000 in equity. My husband says.
Yeah, it's
I
probably
think they were
not
like 6.25 or something like that.
Okay, I'm going to ask another question. If they're not listening, this is good.
Yes, sir.
Are you guys willing to loan them money?
No, can't right now.
Okay.
We're retired. My husband got West Nile, severe case.
Really?
In rehab for like 3 months. Mm-hmm. He got the neuroinvasive kind.
How'd he get it?
Complete mosquito bite. complete paralysis, neck down, ventilator, tracheostomy.
Oh my God! Wait a
breathing
minute.
tube.
I mean, Susan, how do you know it was from a mosquito bite?
Because that's what was carrying them.
And how long ago was
carrying
that?
The virus. This was September. It was September 5th. We're going to have a big year-long celebration for him in a couple of days. It was September 5th. He went into the hospital.
Yeah.
By the 8th, he was in intensive care. We finally got him home in December, but he still was very weak, needed a lot of physical care, which I was able to do because I'm a nurse.
Wow.
It's been rough. It's been insane.
Listen, there's not much hope for the 17 grand unless, but I'm going to give you some techniques here. If they still have reasonable or good credit, they can do balance transfers. Some cards offer 0% balance transfer for a certain amount of time. And they can transfer it and try making payments on it to get it down and keep doing that transfer game. That's what some people do. Do you know how many different cards they have?
Oh, no, I don't. No.
And the more important thing is this, were they putting it on credit because they don't have enough to meet their bills every month? I mean, because then that would, no matter what.
Probably.
Well,
Probably.
then,
I'm sorry I don't have more details.
well, let's put it
but
this way. If
we
they're
just barely
charging
broke.
stuff because they don't have enough to pay their bills, then getting a loan to pay off this equity is only a Band-Aid. It's not going to help them. They're going to go right back into debt again.
Okay.
I mean, they have to increase their income or decrease their expenses.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What would you recommend just to start baseline? What do you know anyone that would do just plain budget counseling, help them get a budget going?
Okay. You know what? I used
Who would
to.
do that?
I used to know people. Hold on, let me just see. There are let me just see. It's hard to say. Consumer credit counseling. It was, consumer credit counseling. A lot of people think, oh, that's just a scam. It really isn't a scam, but what it is, it's truly a way to. What consumer credit counseling did was help people, but they it's a nonprofit agency, but the original one, what it did was it helped people. They did this service to keep people from going bankrupt, and they were actually supported by the credit card industry, because the credit card industry felt if we can keep people from going bankrupt, it would be better. So they supported them. There is a Consumer Credit Counseling Foundation, but I don't know if it's the same one. And I hate to, then there's consumercredit.com. I got to figure out which one is the legit one, or you can look it up. Because some of them are not legit. They charge monthly fees and they're full of crap. But the ones that are legit are actually supported by the credit card companies, believe it or not. I think what you need to do, is, there's no magic here. I mean, as far as counseling, what do you mean by counseling? This is what I don't understand. Like how not to spend money?
I'm sorry. Well, basically, just rudimentarily setting up a budget for starters.
Okay.
And then helping them with what to spend money on, where just real.
No, I know what you're saying.
Basic, and then move our way up.
Yeah, things that school don't teach. That every person needs, right? The schools, here's what's funny. Schools don't teach budgeting, real life, insurance, buying a car. Yeah. They don't teach nutrition. I mean, I swear to you, they come out of school dumber than they went in. But I don't know any. I really don't know any services. I'm looking, and I wish I did. I really do.
Tom, I have a suggestion for Susan.
Yes, Bo.
Susan, your kids should take a Rapo Community College. Really inexpensive. They do have a class on budgeting and personal finance.
They really?
Yes, I think it's a night. Yeah, my daughter's going there.
What a great idea.
And then you don't have to pay a monthly fee and you get some college credit. and I think that would be perfect.
That's not a bad idea. You know, Arapahoe Community College, I hear so many good things about them.
Yeah, they're very good.
I heard a lot of good things
Oh, that's
about them.
great, Bo. I like that.
Yeah, you can try there.
That's what I'm talking about, a very low-level kind of, all right, this is what you've done. We need to get you out of this. Don't do it again kind of thing. Mm-hmm.
You know what I need to do? I swear,
That sounds great.
if ever I start slowing down in life, I need to put together a course for kids. I'm serious, where kids come voluntarily, and we can put together a 2-week course or something for kids, because it is so critical. Our education system sucks. I mean,
it does.
Oh, anyway, thanks for calling, and try that, and let us know how that Arapahoe Community College stuff goes. 303-713-8255. I want to sneak this in real quick here. Monique, what's going on with the HOA? Maybe we can get a deputy working on this. What's going on, Monique?
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I am trying to find my Zen. So try to make it as quick as I can for you. But Monday evening, we get home after work, and we notice that our 3-foot, 120-pound-ish Buddha statue is gone.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, yeah. So, and we had been robbed April 23rd of a much smaller Buddha statue in the same spot. So, of course, it's now Friday evening.
Is this an expensive statue?
Probably about between $500-$600.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's in an apartment complex.
Wait, so where was this statue? Inside your apartment?
No, outside the front door. So everyone has like pot plants, little
Oh, I
chairs,
get it. So they like have planters and stuff. Was this allowed, this Buddha statue? Do you know?
So we have a whole 2 pages of bylaws. We rent the property from our landlord and don't have access to the portal. So I looked through the bylaws, and all it states on the bylaws is you can have something that cannot be bigger than a potted plant. But so it's anything that cannot be bigger than a potted plant, but there's no size specifications at all.
Do you think the HOA took it?
I know the HOA took it after my investigation.
Do you think they did it clandestinely, or they took it because you were violating the rules openly? In other words, do they admit they took it?
They admit they took it after really having to pound them. So one of our neighbors kind of indicated he thought that they took it. And so I called, and the property management company is called Hammersmith. So I called them, and I was like, what's going on? Of course, they never answer the phone.
So right now, though, they admitted it.
They 100% admitted it.
Oh, my gosh. Hold on a second. I wonder if we have any I wonder if they violated any laws. I'm not talking about theft. I'm talking about freedom of expression or anything like that. Hold on. We'll come right back. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-8255.
Did you know you can
What do
get
you mean
your
new
prescriptions for
changes?
less
Tell
at your
me
local
about
pharmacy?
it. I don't
You can
understand
with
this John
GoodRx.
Fuller note.
It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the
on the other line right now.
for you,
I need
and
to
then
know
show
what
your
she mean.
GoodRx
New
coupon
changes
to your
in the
pharmacist
law?
at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not.
Well,
it's easy
I'll
to
go to
save.
QC
Next time
Colorado
you drop
till I
off your
find out.
prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
QCColorado.com. The quiet, cool whole house fan can help you even out the temperatures in your home, thereby taking a big load off your AC and helping you save money on AC. It works. What you can do is simply give them a call and find out more. It's remote controlled. It's installed in an hour and a half to 2 hours, and then you have all of the comfort. You can replace your air conditioner in the morning or in the evening sometimes, and also certain seasons you can use it instead of air conditioning. Then in the midsummer you use it to cut down on air conditioning, as I said, to take the load off by evening out the temperatures in your home. What you need to do is simply call them and get a consultation, and by the way, you will love it. I am telling you firsthand, it's paid for itself at my house. QCColorado.com, 303-800-3419. Let's talk to John Fuller. He's been on my show today even, and he comes on almost every day with different insights and his expertise on auto accidents and how to preserve your rights and how to collect what's rightfully yours in personal injury. And he's made some big changes to his website he wants to talk about. Speaking of free information, John, what's going on?
Hey, Tom. So, we've been talking about a different web address for a little while on the show now, and that's because I've been totally revamping our main web page. And obviously my web page is there to help me in my practice and to hopefully generate some business. But my real goal in terms of putting information out there is to be a resource for people. So when you are ready to make insurance choices, or if you're, debating what coverages you need or don't need and stuff like that, you can find information about that on my website. You can find not only blog articles, you can find individual pages, you can find YouTube videos on those subjects. You can even go to my podcast and hear me talking about those issues. The same stuff that I talk about on the show, except that you can dial into the exact topic that you're looking for. So I just want people to know that personalinjuryco.com is your resource for all things having to do with auto accidents and premises liability and that kind of stuff in Colorado. It's a resource. It's free. Take a look at it. Leave me some comments. But we want to be there to help people make good choices so that if something ever happens to you, that you know your source and you know right where to go to get the help that you need. So
right, and while there's a lot on the internet, this is geared to Colorado. This is geared to local. This is geared to John Fuller and what he can do for you and what he knows. It's Personal Injury CO, and that stands for Colorado. PersonalInjuryCO.com.
The end of summer.
This is weird about the statue. Huh? Isn't it weird? Did you hear what she said about her religious statue being taken away? I gotta talk about this. I gotta freaking... God, my phone. Oh, shit. I gotta turn that fucker. I gotta turn that fan on I got a fan in this thing. Oh my God, no, I have a fan here somewhere. I gotta turn it on. I didn't realize it gets so... I didn't realize.
10 seconds.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We handle a lot of different stuff in this place, man, but I got to talk. I'm going to go right back to that. I just want to say something. Brooke is with Red Rocks. We gotta touch on this. Saving 10%. Now, I got this notice from Excel Energy saying you can save 10% right now on your bill, and Excel will remain your electricity provider. There will be no disruption of service. Nothing has to be hooked up to your house. period. You simply sign up for this program. And the way I read it, when I sign up for this program, I become a virtual member of a solar farm.
Yep.
Even though that solar farm is not producing directly for me.
That's correct.
It's offsetting my electric bill.
It's not offsetting your electric bill. They're just giving you a 10% discount as being part of that program.
I don't get it. Why would they give me a 10% discount for being part of someone else's solar farm?
Yeah. So the federal government is incentivizing the utility companies to push folks to want more solar, right? And so Xcel is required to have so many folks sign up for this program. It also prevents folks from adding solar to their own house, so they're not losing as much income if you do this solar field program.
So they'd rather you take a 10% discount than save tons more.
Exactly.
Now, here's what I want to know. Is Xcel making the solar fields, or are these independent solar fields?
They're tied to Xcel's grid. So I don't know the ownership. Typically, utilities don't own the solar field because they want somebody else to own it to pay for the maintenance on it.
All right. So they do solar fields, and then Xcel accepts them or approves them, and then they sell share. They don't sell shares, but they allot. So theoretically, can one solar field give discounts to more people that would normally be served by that field, or is there a limit to how many customers can be? You know what I'm saying by that? Like, they're telling me I can be part of this particular field. How many people can be part of each particular field? Do you know?
No, it's going to be dependent on how big that solar field is, where it's located, the azimuth of the array, all of those details, which I won't have access to, neither will you. Even if you called Xcel to ask them questions on that, they wouldn't know which one they're talking about setting you up with.
You know, it reminds me almost in the old days, and they still do it for developing, what's called water rights. Water rights were offsetting, in other words, in order to build, when I did a development somewhere, even though I was in this part of the country, if I wanted to put in a well, or people that live there put in wells, or I wanted to put in a water system, and I wasn't tied to a municipal water system, I had to buy water rights. Theoretically, a water right is not really taking the water. It's just saying that I'm buying the rights out of this aquifer in order to be able to do a well over here. The water was not actually transported to me, but it was allotted for to keep people, because there's only so many water rights, so it kept people from over drilling. I know it might sound like a bad analogy, but it's not. It's almost like saying, if we put in enough solar energy over here, we can theoretically allot it to you.
Yep.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Even though it's not going directly to your house, it's going into the grid. And by giving you a 10% discount, we're allotting some of that to you.
Yep, and then they get to put you on a tally for their filings to the federal government or whomever to say, we have these many people sign up for this,
gosh.
And then they can get
so
more
anyone
income.
Can sign up and get a 10% discount if there's a solar field around, right? Do they have enough solar fields for every one of their customers, do you know?
So
that's the goal, probably.
Xcel's in a couple different states, so I don't know if they're working on this program just in Colorado, because each utility has to follow the state regulations and federal. Colorado's the strictest one, or the one that's pushing for the most renewable, so I would assume that Colorado's folks are the only ones that have access to that in Xcel's territory right now.
Wow. People, I urge you to sign up for it. I'm going to. There's no downside. Monique, so listen, Monique, your HOA removed, basically, your Buddha statue from out in front of your apartment. Okay? Now, here's what I've read and looked at. They can't single out the Buddha or even, maybe a statue of Christ or any other religious figure, but they can forbid or outlaw, however you want to put it, prohibit all statues. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Now,
And that totally makes sense.
did you
But we
look
also were not in
around?
violation.
Did you look around to see if there are other statues out there that have not been removed?
There aren't, to my knowledge, any statues, but there's different kinds of tchotchkes and chairs and things. But I also know it wasn't a violation because the assistant manager at Hammersmith, Brianna, called me, and we had a lengthy conversation, which I actually recorded, where she stated, we were not in any violation. No violation has been issued. It was simply a warning that was posted on the portal. And so I went to our landlord. I said, please check the portal and see what they're talking about. And she came back and said, oh, yes, there was a message posted at 6:45 p.m. on Friday that in 3 days it would be removed. And by Monday morning, we assume it was the morning because we were at work, it was gone. But that was the extent of their notification. And Brianna said there was no
But hold
violation
on.
issued.
What was the
This
warning, though? I still don't understand the warning. What was the warning?
Oh, there was a photo taken, and this was only off. This information came to me after we thought we had been robbed.
Yeah.
On the portal, there was a photograph taken of the Buddha saying, we don't know who this Buddha belongs to. Picture taken at our front door.
Yeah.
And if it's not claimed within 3 days, we will be removing it.
Okay, but wait. What if you did? Hold on. What if you did claim it? Would they let you keep it outside?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, that's what we have to find out,
The
Monique.
guidelines are vague. Yeah.
But we have to,
also,
no, though,
how
that's
can
what
you
we
keep
have to
copying?
find out totally. I'm going to give this to one of
I
our
wanna
deputies.
call over there, Tom.
Yeah, Bo,
I don't
here's
like
what I want to
these-
know. Here's what I
this
want to know
makes me mad.
specifically. I want to know what is allowed outside. The rules are vague, and can they show us in writing what is allowed and what's not allowed? Monique, I'm just going to ask you straight up. Are you suspecting it was removed because it is a statue of Buddha?
I can't speak to the motivation. All I can speak to is once we claimed the property, does Adriana Roberts, project manager, who I have been going back and forth for days, first of all, wouldn't tell me where our property was. She made it seem like it was gone in a storage locker that Hammersmith has. Eventually, she told me it was in our property, locked up. And today, when I bumped into an HOA board member, who I kind of just, I didn't really know she was a board member. She kind of outed herself, but she finally released the Buddha that they had locked away in the boiler room.
Now, may I ask about this? This is for you a religious expression, right?
You know, I don't want to.
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason I'm asking because it has to do specifically with the law. Okay. For example, would it be similar?
Absolutely.
Would it be similar to, let's say, a Catholic having
Someone stealing your menorah?
or a Catholic having a statue of the Blessed Virgin Mary or something? Would it be kind of like?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It would be. Yeah.
Okay.
Take a break when you can, Tom.
We need to call over there and find out their rules and how they're applying them, and if you can put it back out there. Let's not speculate right now. I want to know. Hold on. And Deputy Bo, great idea. Let's just ask him. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Audible. A fairly calm drive throughout the Denver Metro this afternoon. Most of the drama up north through Weld County, I-25 northbound before Colorado 56. That's exit 250. Crews still working on the left lane blocked by a rollover semi. Stop and go back from Colorado 66, exit 243. And sorry to say, if you're stuck in this traffic, you're looking at over an hour of delays. North of Fort Collins, I-25 southbound this time. Another accident involving a semi, this time with a right lane blocked before Owl Canyon Road. Slow driving back from Buckeye Road, about 30 minutes of delay. delays there. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 85 this afternoon, overnight low of 55. The current temperature in Denver is 79 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Get immersed in new worlds and ideas with Audible. Explore an incredible selection of audiobooks, podcasts, and originals, all in one easy app. There's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
Lazy Days RV. That's lazydays.com. That's the website for all of the Lazy Days around the country. They're your RV authority, including several locations right here in Colorado, including a beautiful new maintenance facility up north of Denver at exit 240 and I-25. State-of-the-art maintenance facility. By the way, Lazy Days for new and used RVs, including great deals on trade-ins. You can get everything from a motorhome to a pop-up camper. LazyDays.com. Okay, let's see. Hammersmith. Did you know, I looked up Buddha. I didn't realize Buddha was a real person.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was just a symbol. I knew that, Mahatma Gandhi and some other people were, other religious symbols were real, but I did not know Buddha was.
Yeah, his real name's like what, Siddhartha Gautama or something like that? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Siddhartha Gautama.
He's got a weird story. So he was born a prince or something, and his dad didn't want him to ever be exposed to like illness or death or anything bad. So when he was in the palace, everybody was like young and healthy. So he like accidentally got out of the palace and saw all these old people or these people with diseases, and that's what started his whole like journey to. Mm-hmm.
It means the awakened one.
I am
Buddha.
full of worthless fun facts.
Interesting.
You guys got a cool story.
So he was way before. He was 563 BC. Okay, so he went old man, sick man, corpse, but there's 4 sites. What was the first one? Maybe within the gates, faithful. 4 sites. I wonder what the 4 sites are. The 4 sites. Okay, it says here the first he saw an old man. That was the first sight. he didn't know about aging. The second was a sick person. The third was a dead body. But what's the fourth? None of these talk about the fourth site. After seeing these sites, the fourth site was his, was hope of something, but it doesn't really. The fourth site was.
10 seconds, guys.
And underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
You have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, when Red Rocks isn't here, they're at redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449. We're not done with them. I just wanted to let you know that, 704-2449. And we're going to talk about getting finance and possibilities of investments for commercial systems. We talked about this before. You can buy tax credits from those who can't use them. And that seems like a slam dunk, depending on the spread. For example, let's say you know you're going to pay $100,000 in taxes this year. So if you bought $100,000 in tax credits and you paid $80,000 for them, you're going to save $20,000. That seems pretty logical, right? We'll talk about some of that. Right now, Dane, you want to talk about your 2016 Subaru Outback. What's going on?
Yes, sir. My mom came out for a visit after my dad died.
Yeah.
And we went to the dealership day before my birthday and on the 29th of June, and she bought me this car outright.
And okay. And what's the problem with the car?
Well, we didn't find that out for quite a while, for about 3 weeks, but I had to take it back for a week.
Now, did you, I hate asking this, but I ask it every time. Did you guys get the car checked before you bought it?
We did not independently, but they told us, swore up and down, the salesman said that it was gone through head to toe. Obviously not. Ended up being about 4 weeks after I got it, there was an oil light on. We stopped and checked it immediately, and no oil registered on the dipstick.
Well, did you guys check it during that 4 weeks? Check the oil?
No, everything was fine.
I understand, but in other words, you never checked the oil? Because normally you regularly, how many miles on this car?
128 to begin.
Normally with 100, especially with that much, normally you would check it. You know what I'm saying? You would, like, when you fill up for gas, you check your oil. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I hardly do it because I have the gauges inside to look at, and it's a newer car. But I think with an older car, it's almost 10 years old, and then it's also, it's 8 years old, and then you have that many miles, you would probably... How many miles? You said about 120, right? Or whatever, 130?
120, yeah. Right.
Yeah. So, I don't know, man. I would make sure I had checked it, but you found 4 weeks later no oil. Tell me, is the engine toast right now?
No, but I just had a call that they had fixed it. There's so much that happened in between then, and I never got a straight answer. And then at one point they came on and said that, no, it's not fixable. Let's get you in a different car. So we go in and meet with the same salesman.
Hold on, you didn't do that, did you? Did you get into a new car?
No. He wanted $6,000 more, but was only giving me $13,000 towards.
I need to know this particular car. Let's talk about it. What's wrong with it?
Okay.
What's wrong with it?
It turned out to be that cam kit carrier seals were leaking into the engine cover underneath.
Okay. And what did they say? Hold on. What did they say that would take to fix?
They wanted me to pay $1,400 after 3 weeks of owning it, and they had it for one of those weeks. And I said, no, that's unacceptable. Well,
did you take it somewhere else, Dane? Did you take it anywhere else to check?
No, they've had it since then.
Okay. Dane, let me give you some cold hard facts. Unless they lied to you or cheated you, and I know you think they did, but I'm talking about fraudulently to where you can prove it. It's going to be difficult, really difficult, to claim they owe you anything on an as-is car. Now, I get you. 4 weeks later, you found no oil, you said, right?
Right.
And
they have a 2-year warranty on their used vehicles.
Wait a minute.
And that particular item is covered.
Wait a minute. You bought that with a warranty?
All of Huberger's used cars.
Now, where is Huberger? Where are they located, Huberger?
Colorado Springs.
Okay, so they have a 2-year warranty. So did they tell you this is covered?
He mentioned it when we first bought the car, briefly. After this happened and he had us come in I'm thinking they're just going to trade me out for this newer car, 1 year newer. But no, he said that it wasn't covered, and I asked him why, and he said, I don't know.
Well,
I said, but these,
where can I find out about Hugh? How are you spelling Huberger's?
H-E-U.
Oh, wait, hold on. H-E-U.
B.
I got it. B-E-R-G-E-R, Subaru. I found it. In Colorado Springs, right?
Yes.
I found it. They have really good ratings.
I know that, but evidently they have a new GM recent.
Oh, man. You know what? I think we should call them. I really think we should have somebody check this out. Hey, Doc, is he there?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Doc,
I'll follow up on it.
This looks like a pretty good dealership. I'm not saying that they didn't do anything wrong, but if they have a warranty, I don't know if they have a warranty or not. I mean, you didn't get a written warranty of any kind. You didn't get the car checked out. Dane, you got weak footing here. We're not going to tell them that, but it's going to be weird. We got to try to get you some help. I mean,
I'll figure out what's going on, Tom.
Well, I have called the Advocacy Center.
Now, what's that, the Advocacy Center?
I couldn't really answer that.
I don't know what that is. We are an advocacy center. I mean, in other words,
and a good one.
What I mean is this: anybody can call themselves an advocate. I just don't want you getting hooked on somebody. They didn't want anything from you, did they?
No,
okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay, good. We will talk to you off the air, and here's what we're going to do: we're going to examine the warranty thing. And also just talk to them to see if they can do anything about you. They have really good ratings. I don't think we're dealing with a schlock business, and they might do something. It just strikes me as just from what I'm seeing here, they strike me as a pretty good place, Yeah,
I'll talk to Dane. I'll talk to the company, find out what's going on, and hopefully have a report for you by tomorrow.
Dane, what did your mom pay for this?
$15,800, and they were only going to give me $13,000 towards a new vehicle, a different vehicle.
Jeez.
And I asked him, where did that money go? And he said, I don't know.
Well, Dane, listen.
They wanted another $6,000.
Dane, listen. You are going to be responsible for something. I mean, I don't know what just yet. Let's just figure this one out. I just want to know how that went bad so fast. We got more coming right up. I'm Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Colorado State Patrol.
A fairly calm drive throughout the Denver Metro this afternoon. Most of the drama up north through Weld County, I-25 northbound before Colorado 56. That's exit 250. Crews still working on the left lane blocked by a rollover semi. Stop and go back from Colorado 66, exit 243. And sorry to say, if you're stuck in this traffic, you're looking at over an hour of delays. North of Fort Collins, I-25 southbound this time. Another accident involving a semi, this time with a right lane blocked before Owl Canyon Road. Slow driving back from Buckeye Road, about 30 minutes of delays there. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 85 this afternoon, overnight low of 55. The current temperature in Denver is 79 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Slow down and move over. For people changing a tire, roadside workers, or emergency service crews. Slow down and move over. It's the law. Brought to you by the Colorado State Patrol.
Okay. If you're looking for granite countertops, repeat after me, theartofgranite.com. If you're looking for any countertop, repeat after me, theartofgranite.com. stone, natural surface. They can do natural stone or man-made stuff, and they give you prices on the phone, and the only people who do that are people proud of their deals. And they do wholesale on all materials or free materials if you get it from their remnant yard. And also, they tear out and haul away free. I want you to call them, get your price. I love Mitch Floria. You will too. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. All right.
Randy Cromwell.
Oh, God. Dolce's heavy foot.
I know, is hearing that.
Come on, Dolce. I can't find any such. You're the fan.
I believe it. My husband's a software geek, and so we've got fans for stuff, all cooling pads, whatever, all over the place. Okay. Can I steal you for a second? All right. So this is the Cripple Creek solar field. If we were to
On top, you mean? So in other words, so it's another 500 on top of their 2. So it's 25%.
Water for Kamala's campaign. Tune in at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Very interesting day. Let's finish up with redrocksrs.com, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. All right, I'm going to go to a wide shot here. Brooke. Okay, so Brooke, on the solar system we're doing here, if we do a complete solar system at home, what is the total tax credit you can get for a residential system? Is it 40% or 30%?
It depends on what's tied to that house. But if it's just a normal residential, no small business tied to it, right now 30% is guaranteed. They're considering the additional 10% as the domestic or Buy American to be for residential too.
But right now it's just for commercial.
It was for both, and then they took it back, so it's unsure.
Yeah. So right now, 40% tax credits for a business system, a commercial system.
Yep, and then
if the products are sourced in the U.S.
Yep.
Which yours are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Could I theoretically, I'm not saying I would do this, but I'm asking people because everyone's thinking this. So I have this studio here at this house. So if I put a solar system here, is it considered commercial or residential?
As long as the installation agreement is signed by the business, as far as tax purposes go, it's tied to the business.
Okay, so you can have like farms and stuff like that do commercial systems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tax considered commercial is different than actual.
And you do have people selling tax credits right now if people contacted you?
Yep.
All right, that's redrocksrs.com. And don't forget 303 Martino. See you guys.
See ya. Martino at Real Tom Martino. And
Oh, it is Friday. Isn't that crazy? This week, I feel like it's.
You know what? I think it's just me because I got older. The time flies, but everyone tells me the same thing. I wonder if the sun changed. I'm going to do some. I'm going to do a little posting. So much. Oh, goodness gracious.
Well, whatever you do for your Labor Day weekend, I hope it's a good one.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing anything special, but.
Pamela's going
Okay,
to
somebody wants
California.
to know. Solar panel, listen, somebody wants to know this. Is it true that somebody told me that solar panels, if you would put them on a building that has a lot of sun exposure, that it will reduce the heat inside the building because the sun is being absorbed by the solar panels and not going to the roof and heating up the roof? Is that true? Why, of course, the more solar you have, it wouldn't go through the solar panel into the house, would it?
It definitely would decrease the heat in the house, but probably minuscule. I mean, that's like theoretically speaking. Yeah. Okay, so here's your roof. Yeah. Your solar panels are an inch above your roof. There's still going to be heat on your roof.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Like, so yes, technically it's true, but that's one of those shady sales tax. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, yes, it'll do all these things for you, but in reality, yeah, it's not going to be that much.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
The only thing that would make it a big difference is if you installed white panels instead of black panels, because white reflects the sunlight. So
Do they make white panels?
Yeah, we have white panels.
I think that might be ugly.
Yeah, that's why no one does it.
That's a cool stand.
So you play the drums?
Yeah, I used to play it. I mean, I have them, and they're my real drums, and I'm gonna have some fun with them. I mean, I've played them before, and I'll play them again. Nothing serious. My son